Professor Alan?
Good morning, everyone. I hope your day is off to a good start. My name is Shajit, and I would like to thank you for coming to the second day of the School of Social Sciences and Languages International Seminar cum Workshop on Multidisciplinary Research in Humanities and Social Sciences. Here at VIT Chennai, we are constantly creating opportunities for erudite dialogues between researchers to learn about the latest avenues of research in humanities and discuss new challenges and viable solutions. This year, we at the SSL are delighted to bring together people from academia, individuals from non-profit organizations, government and media personnel for 2 days of vibrant discussions and presentations. Before we move on to the first talk of the day, I would like to welcome Dr. Dinu Sahayam to introduce and welcome the first speaker for the day, Dr. Alan Godfrey from St. Joseph's, Bengaluru. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sajid. Good morning, everyone. It's my honor and privilege to introduce the speaker of the day, Dr. Alan Godfrey. He is a social work educator specialized in the field of community development. He did his Master of Social Work from Loyola College, Chennai, and moved to do his PhD at Pondicherry University. His area of research was on tribal women's health. His area of expertise is on tribal development. Other areas of interest include caste and gender, discrimination, and subaltern studies in the Indian context. He has been a resource person for national and international conferences and conducted more than 15 workshops on research methods in social work and SPSS at several institutions. He has to his credit several presentations and few publications. Apart from academics, Dr. Godfrey is a trained Bharatanatyam artist and has an MFA degree in Bharatanatyam from Annamalai University, Chidambaram. Since 2016, he has been working with the School of Social Work, St. Joseph College, Bangalore, India. Currently, he serves as the head for the Department of Social Work there. I now invite Dr. Godfrey to speak on the qualitative and quantitative methodology. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are not audible.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Dr. Binu. Respected organizers, faculty from different fields of education, research scholars, students and friends, a very good morning to everyone present here. Today I'm here to deal on the topic multidisciplinary research in humanities and social sciences. And as we look into it, we look at different styles of inquiry, predominantly qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methodology research. Now, as I speak about it, this is something, whatever I'm going to speak about, just a disclaimer before. Research methodology, usually in 2 hours time to comprehend, is going to be quite vast. And so I would try to highlight on the important aspects which could be of a greater benefit for all of you here. And my focus to the most would be for the students who are doing research, or scholars who are doing any research, or faculty if you're looking at research projects. I'm going to talk in this particular perspective than in the theoretical sense. So if you are expecting more theories to come out of this session, I'm sorry, I would not be able to do so. Most of it, what I'm going to speak about is going to be based on what I have read, but what I have implemented, what I have tried and seen over the last 8 to 9 years, what I have tried and seen as aspects of research and certain consultations that I have been part of, certain student-based activities and projects that I've been right from my MSW times. This is what is my experience that I'm going to share with you people today. So there may not be anything as right and wrong, but whatever has worked for me is something that I'm going to present to you in its simplest sense as much as possible. I hope my volume and the way how I speak, the space is better, right? Yes,
Yes,
thank you. Thank you, Bhuvaneshwari ma'am and Binu ma'am. Yeah. Let me just share my PPT. Can you see my PPT? Yeah. All right. Speaking about research, that which we need to understand. What exactly do we need to understand? All right. Is that, as I cover today, I'll be looking at different methodologies, because when we speak about research, not just knowing what exactly can research do, or what exactly is the outcome. Yes, that is one small aspect, but now at this time we'll have to look at different methodologies that we could make use of from different disciplines. I'm sure there are people from languages, from sociology, anthropology, economics, social work, or development studies. It could be from any discipline for that matter, but I think for us, quite commonly associated one is going to be the methodology. Some of the different methodologies that we make use of, we look into that aspect. The second is going to be the use of statistics. A lot of us, when we speak about numbers, we kind of have this particular issue, especially in, this is my experience that I have seen. When I speak about humanities and social sciences, a lot of them, when they take up their UG or their PG course, or even when they progress towards their PhD, one thing that they say is that I chose this particular course because it doesn't involve maths. I hate mathematics. I hate numbers. So this particular aversion that we have for all these numbers exactly will transfer into us when we start looking at statistics. In fact, all of you as part of your undergrad or postgrad, no matter your PhD or postdoctoral PhD, you would have definitely undergone this particular paper, which is called as research in statistics. Many of us fail to understand why statistics is always associated to research. I still remember until my PG, I always studied research separately and statistics separately, though we wrote the same exam. In one exam, partially it was on research, partially it was on statistics, but we always segregate, separate it and see. We don't understand why we learned mean, median, mode. Why did we learn measures of dispersion like standard deviation or variance? You remember certain formulas. Maybe the formulas traumatized you. And so you never connected how this mean, median, mode or standard deviation is helping out in terms of research aspect. Now, this ultimately, as you progress towards your PhD, or if you've already done your PhD, you'll be having an aversion towards statistics. So you'll always come towards ready-made statisticians, give it to them and say, sir, you are the expert, you do it. Or people like me, we get the opportunity. One PhD data analysis to do, we charge about 10,000 to 25,000, depending on the data that is being asked. And the simplest thing, if you understand, you should just learn what is the application of the statistics alone. So today, a little extra, I might be covering on the use of statistics, how exactly we need to look at what research that we are conceptualizing and how the conceptualized research, as you progress the different variables, how we are putting it in the form of, quantimizable, measurable measurable parameters, and how these parameters need to be analyzed. That we'll be looking at as the second aspect of today's workshop. And the third is going to be, as we progress on, how do we analyze? Quantitative research, qualitative research, mixed methodology research. How are we going to analyze the particular data? I hope I would be able to do justice for all these three. If not as much as I could, I would cover on everything as much as I could, right? And I'll also be taking up questions. Please allow me to have a break by every 1 hour. I mean, like 2-hour session. So in between, I would need a 5-minute break. And I hope it should be fine with the organizers. Yeah, thank you. Now, certain uses of research are there. I'm not going to deal on them, but I'm just putting it across. You could read it. But what exactly I would like to tell you people when we look at research. Students see research as an academic requirement. Scholars see research as a course completion, or scholars see research in the form of a minimum requirement that I should complete and then get my degree. Teachers look at research and research projects for the sake of increasing our profile, maybe our API scores, or making our profiles better. Or sometimes we also look at, establishing connects, or even to a certain extent as consultants, gaining money, earning an income. If you look at it in all these 3 or 4 areas that I'm speaking about, if you honestly look at it, it's not the original ideal of why we are supposed to do research. Research is something that has been day-to-day aspect of our lives. In fact, if you look at it, we have evidences from that, of historical evidences of how research has been there 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. I could give an example of the great exodus that is being spoken. What that has been put up in the Bible, what has been put up in different places. Historians have researched and they say that one of the biggest surveys that was happened is between when the Israelites had to move through and then they had to move to Canaan, modern day Israel and Philistine areas where they had to go and settle down. There was a particular survey that was conducted, they say. It was one of the biggest research that was conducted, they say. If I have to connect in India, if you look at it, King Ashoka's period, there's a King Ashoka's empire was quite vast. When it was being spread out vast, he had petty kingdoms put inside his empire. His is an empire with a lot of petty kingdoms. In all these petty kingdoms, he conducted a survey, a census. He conducted a census to understand the livelihood conditions of the people. This is what history tells us, very much in India. You look at Chola Empire. Chola Empire went down from, look at southern India, and it went on to the Southeast Asian countries as well, they say. He has done a particular survey, and it's particularly inscribed in certain inscriptions and manuscripts as well. So people have done research at different areas at different points of time, and that is how we have come. When you're taking up research, all that I would ask you people to look at is take up an interest to understand. There should be a curiosity to understand what exactly happens. For an example, me right now, with the last 1.5 years of this online culture moving across, I'm really curious what exactly lies in my mobile phone. When I'm sitting on my mobile phone, I just keep swiping. Once in 5 minutes, I cannot be without fidgeting. Even now, I take my mobile because I would like to fidget. All right. Why exactly this particular tendency comes up? Is it a kind of addiction? Some of them sit and look for Instagram reels for 2 hours and 3 hours. I wonder where they get the time to do that. 2 hours and 3 hours to sit and just look through, scroll stories and Instagram. Something happens to their mental health, or something has happened already in their mental health, and so they're trying to cope up by these mechanisms. Some curiosity. It should be researchable. Me and another colleague of mine, very recently, we are collaborating to write a particular paper. And yeah, of course, one of the motives of us writing this particular paper is to improve our profile and establish ourselves as colleagues, as faculty in the field of social work. But also on the other side, we are curious to understand what was the impact created for senior citizens during the pandemic. There are papers, but in the Indian perspective, I think there are very less amount of data available. Senior citizens, what exactly is happening? And as I'm calling to different people and I'm talking to them, conversing to understand, I'm getting different understandings, especially from tribal pockets. When I'm asking, they're saying none of our seniors got impacted by the virus. None of them contracted the virus, they say. The younger ones got the virus. We went out, we came, we got the virus, but the elder ones are quite happy and healthy, they say. So there are differences. Research should be led by curiosity. If you're doing it for the sake of your academic projects, if you're doing it for the sake of your any of your minimum requirements, or to boost your profile, in all these aspects, one thing that I would encourage people to look at is let the research that you try to do come out of your interest. If you're a person who's interested in a particular theme, take it up and do. So the first thing that we need to understand when we speak about research is the aspect that it has to come as part of the passion. Research, theoretically, when you learn about what is research, then you'll be learning about formulating a research problem. You'd have learned steps of a scientific research, or different steps of a research progress, how it has to go. This formulation of a research problem can only happen when you have a passion to study a particular problem. When I have a passion to study a particular problem is when, or a curiosity to study a particular problem, to understand what exactly happens around. All right. When we have this particular aspect, that curiosity inside, then only research can progress. So whatever I'm going to speak about, if at all you have the interest, and then only the rest of the things can work well for you. So keep that in mind. As we move on, research could be done in different fields, and we have various uses for research. All right, establishing new theories or verifying theories that has been spoken in different disciplines. As you see, science, people have been looking at different forms of theorizing things. I remember when I was doing my MPhil in Loyola College, Chennai, one of the physics student was actually writing his thesis, and he was contradicting this particular E is equal to MC square. I don't know what you call it, some science phenomenon. Somewhere way back my 7th, 8th standard, I have studied about it. And he says that, was it written by Einstein? I do not know. But then he says that it is something somewhere down the lane in the constant and the other aspects that is formulated. He found out something wrong, he said. But later, I think at an international level, when he was taken up, the scholars disproved it. But I'm saying he tested a particular theory which has been existing for the last 100 to 150 years. Alright, sometimes you might have to test theories, feminist theories. All right, we speak about feminist theories, we speak about indigenous theories. Different, approaches are there. When we speak about all this, how relevant is it today? The concept of family, there is a family-oriented theory that is available, all right? And based on families, there are different theories that sociologists have propounded. These theories are all changing. Those days, joint family system, the kind of family it was, is different. Today, nuclear family system, some of them are saying it's wrong. Think about it. If you're going to come together and live in a particular family in a metropolitan city or a cosmopolitan city, being a joint family together, how efficient can the family function with all the individualism that is emerging? Theories are also changing as according to the changes in the time. Research is very important to look at that. It could be in terms of public health and community needs. Right now, we are in the midst of the pandemic, first wave, second wave, third wave. We do not know how many waves are going to come up. New things are emerging out. Initially, they said it was to do with physical health. Later, they said, this particular vaccine is creating a lot of cardiac arrest issues. Now they're saying it's not because of the vaccine, but because of the people, especially if you're going to be already having pre-morbid conditions, it's going to impact you even more. Don't worry about the third wave. Third wave is a very gentle pandemic. The variant is very gentle, they say. You just get impacted by the virus, but affected by the virus, but then it doesn't impact you on a greater scale, they are saying. We do not know. Public health needs and community needs are very, very big and important to look at. When the whole of the world came to a halt during the pandemic, with all these lockdown initiatives taken up, all right, we saw Italy, we saw a lot of European countries. We were worried. It was not there in India by then. We were worried to see them. They were burning places altogether. What exactly was happening? Fortunately, India didn't have to go through that such kind of catastrophes, but we did have a lot of loss, a lot of life, and lack of oxygen supplies and so many other things which we could have prepared earlier. Some research, somewhere down the line, a public health activist or somebody who's into public health domain, if they had researched a little bit more, I think it would have been possible. We could have saved even more greater amount of lives. Research is very important to understand that. And when the whole world was on a halt, international borders all closed down, nobody could migrate from one place to the other, everything came to a halt. India was, I think, the only country or one among the very few countries which went through the process of reverse migration. I hope you guys are all aware of it, reverse migration. All right, you migrate for a higher standard of living or for some socio-economic reasons you migrate is what the theory of migration tells. But because of the pandemic, we got to understand about a new process, thereby a new theory which came up, which was reverse migration. People, whoever went to migrate to different places in search of opportunities, came back to their native lands, came back to their hometowns, and they had to stay there. Now they had to start surviving on their own. So the government had a device program, sociologists, social workers, development people who are into the arena of development studies, they had all pitch inside to say what exactly the government could do. Research is very much important in these community needs. In terms of government schemes and policies, critiquing them, finding out if it is helpful or not. NEP. Last year, the government is asking us to implement NEP. The government of Karnataka has already implemented. We are looking at NEP. I'm writing again another research, trying to understand the aspects of the new education policy and how it's going to impact my profession, which is social work. We are looking at it. The government is giving out something good. The policy, if you read through, it is having something good, but then it will not connect everybody. So I need to critique, to look at it as a person who's looking at societal development. I need to critique that. And for that, I will have to be unbiased. And that is where research is going to help me. Like this, we have so many other areas like social justice or human rights or mental health services, all right, or improvisation of individual knowledge through periodic updation. In all these areas, if you look at it, you put yourself on the pedestal as a researcher, you are sure to progress on those means. So these are some of the aspects that we look at when we speak. And research also can help us to understand certain skills. Research can always help us to gain more skills. What I have understood with many of the researchers who are thorough with stuff is that one is that they are well read. A person who calls himself or herself a researcher, they keep reading. I am more interested in tribal development. So anything to do with tribe, if somebody speaks about it, immediately I make sure that I go and then I make use of it to read. And when I read, I start analyzing it. Though I don't directly go and involve in the community, somewhere down the lane, I understand what exactly it is. 2-3 years ago, we had something called as environmental impact assessment. A draft came up. 2019, there was an Indian Forest Act amendment that had come up. Me being a social worker, I'm not a policy maker, but I can influence the policy by speaking to the members who make the policies. And I can always give my recommendations as an academician and as a social worker. I can always write my recommendations and provide to them. And when I write these recommendations, I'll say, these are the premise on which I speak. These are my supportive evidence with which I speak. This is what has happened in the past. understand the times, the changing times, and so change your policy. I can always encourage the policymakers to do so. And this is a particular skill that you will imbibe once you start internalizing the research process. It's something very important that we need to look at. Now, the importance of research as you keep progressing, the importance of research when we look at it, all right? It could be because we need to overcome a difficulty or a deficiency, all right? It's going to be in terms of, let's say, something is not known for us, trying to understand what it is. Something, is becoming very hard, how to cope up, pandemic times. Many of you are on the online mode. Even now, as you listen, I do not know after 20 minutes, how many of you would be able to listen to me. 10, 20, the time is right now. All right. They say the attention span is 20 minutes. So after 20 minutes, where exactly your curiosity would be? So then what happens here? I need to look at it as a researcher when I'm also a presenter. I also need to look at it to understand how I connect with you, such that your difficulty or deficiency could be overcome. And here I had to research to understand. I'm still researching though, but I'm telling it. Research could be in terms of understanding, finding solutions maybe, but then, trying to at least address or trying to at least understand the root cause of any particular problem. It could help us to improve a particular condition. If it is something is the worst situation, can we make it better? Can we make it at least bad and then good and then better and the best? Conditions, improving the conditions, all right? A gap in knowledge that exists in scholarly literature that could be filled. This is very much true. Very, very true to understand, all right? We speak about socio-economic conditions. Government is providing so much of crores of money for different aspects. Now, if you look at it, handloom industries, the recent financial budget that was proposed by the minister, we look at it that I think they have increased from 5% to 10% for handloom industries. All the artisans, the weavers, people who do handloom weaving stuffs, these are the people who are going to benefit by they are giving like some 10% to 5% increase in terms of the investments or some scheme is what I heard. Didn't read properly, thoroughly yet. But I'm saying, despite us knowing that handloom industries are good, handloom industries provide us original materials, all right? You get to support the livelihood of some downtrodden sections in the community. All these are despite that. Why is there an online culture? Why would we want to go for online marketing? Is it because we are lazy? Or is it because it is easy? Or compared to what we get from these handicraft and handloom materials, these are more good in design and color. There needs a particular knowledge that needs to be understood about this particular concept. Why completely everything is becoming online? During the pandemic times, when we were buying vegetables and other stuffs online through some modes where they come with covered packets and they keep it, it makes a lot of sense. But what exactly happens to the street vendors? What happened to your domestic workers, housemates who come to work in your families? What happened to their livelihoods? All right. We all, speak about grave. All right. Somebody who dies, they have to be taken to the crematorium. You either burn the body in the fire or you're going to bury them. In these cemeteries, if you go, there is a family, or there are families, or there are individuals who take care of the entire cemetery. You people definitely would have seen them. Especially if you are into the practice of burying the bodies, you know for sure that there are caretakers who come with their families and stay inside the graveyard only. Have we ever thought what exactly happens in their life and livelihood? What is their social condition? What is their livelihood condition? Who supports these families? Is it the 50 rupees, 100 rupees that we give with which they survive, or the government is providing? How are they struggling through? To understand that, if you have this curiosity and you go and address through research, you are filling up the knowledge. One of our colleague, I remember, who spoke, who did a particular research, and that is how I think in Karnataka, he was the pioneer to address the issues of graveyard workers. Him and his wife, they worked together, then they wrote a project, and for 3 to 4 years, they ran the project successfully, and then they handed it over to the community themselves. They made them into associations. The graveyard workers are brought together into associations, and they were connected to different trade unions as well. This labor associations. And after that, now with the government, the community themselves are liaising and they're trying to work. What they started out of curiosity became something action oriented, and this action has resulted into a community's self-reliance. This is what research is supposed to impact us on. Another student of mine, I remember, she wanted to study the conditions of mortuary workers. You all will know mortuary workers in all these hospitals, government or private mortuaries that they have to stay with the dead bodies, especially in government hospitals. If at all you happen to come from Chennai and telling you should go to the mortuary and see over there, we do not know the bodies that they come different. They come in different, with different damages. Maybe somebody who died immediately has to be put in the ice box in the freezer, so they're brought. Somebody who committed suicide, somebody who was murdered, stabbed, completely stabbed. These bodies have to be taken and brought. Somebody who suicided falling into the lake or river, after 3 or 4 days, the body is seen floating up. That body with all the stench has to be brought into the mortuary, and the mortuary worker has to deal with that particular body. What is the condition of the mortuary workers? Anybody has had the curiosity to understand them? These are all people who are immediately at our end, immediate end, who we interact at one point of time at least. And her study actually found out that she was finding, or in fact she's going to present also somewhere about this particular paper where she'd be highlighting and speaking. Since I collaborated, I'm taking up the liberty to share a little bit of what we have understood. The doctors, the mortuary worker completely dissects the body. The first half is completely dissected, and then they remove all the components, internal organs, place it outside on the table. The body is there, open, the organs are taken out, kept. And after that, the person has to wait. The doctor comes over there, looks into it, looks at the organs, tries to understand, if there is any intoxication, stuff like that, makes the report, signs it, and goes. In certain hospitals, the mortuary workers themselves know what exactly is the cause of the death. And they write in case the doctor has to come, sign it, and go. And in the hospitals where she has gone and conducted the survey, the doctors take up a rotation of 3 doctors in a day or 2 doctors in a day to come in between, do the analysis, and then sign and move back. But the mortuary worker stays the whole day looking at the dead bodies, staying in the stench. What will happen to his physical health? What will happen to his or her mental health? Studying that is very much important for us. And then research can help in these aspects. A theory that requires meaningful understanding. All right. When we speak about feminism today, many of the people have an understanding. When I say feminism, people only think that it is to support women, or no, it is to always say that women are powerful, women are powerful. No, the original understanding of feminism is to say that all genders are equal, or everyone is equal irrespective of gender. And it boosted women, it boosted the female population, and said that yes, they need to be considered equal, because patriarchy to a certain extent was, not to a certain extent, I can say that patriarchy has brought down the morals. Women have to be this, women have to be dressed this way, women have to do this. Somebody comes in their knickers and pajama, this is why she's getting raped. Then why a 7-year-old girl has to get raped? Why 4-year-old children have to get raped? It's a pathetic condition in India. If dressing inappropriate, as you call appropriation of dressing, already I don't believe on that, but I'm telling, if dressing up is what is arousing somebody else, I think we need to look at it, because different people have different fetishes. And I don't understand, that could be the reason to blame. Still rapes are happening. How many of us speak about marital rapes? How many of the women who are already married think about marital rapes? Certain theories that we have, I think we need to understand it today in 2022. We need to understand them. Do they really mean it? Marriage, what was 60 years before, and marriage is today. We really need to understand, is it the same? Marriage is a social institution, theoretically spoken. It tries to combine people, we say. It tries to combine families, we say. It tries to bring 2 families together, and thereby you make a society, larger community, and a society, we say. All those we are saying. Is it real in today's sense? To understand that, to get a meaningful understanding of these families is where, these theories can come up and you can theorize them. All right. And research also can help out as a body of knowledge or views held in different claims that requires validation or confirmation for local application. Professional researchers could easily recognize suitable problems to the study. Why I'm saying this particular point is because, you see, what do we understand as an aspect of parenting in a country abroad is different from India. And what I have understood about parenting is different from what my students are understanding today and what the younger children are understanding today. Those days, I still remember when I, as a child, if I'm going to do something wrong, my parents will come, just give one slap on the face, or then they'll show some object. You look at it, you get scared, and then you will not do that. That was a parenting style by then. Today, it isn't so. And even children would retaliate back. We need to respect. Abuse of any kind is something wrong. But at least these days there are orientations that are coming up about parenting and parenting styles and coping up mechanisms, how to deal with children. These all have come up only because of research, thorough research that has gone through. And this is why we need to do research. All right. Your research domain could be very different. Maybe you're a person who comes from a literature background. All right. Your research could be very different. As far as I have understood, do not take me wrong, but then this is my understanding. You could correct me also if I'm wrong. Maybe you could use the chat box option. I've seen scholars of English literature. They deal with two major aspects of research is what they used to tell me. And one aspect of it is where, they look at the literary sense of research, where they take up a particular author or a poet or a famous English personality, try to understand their works. How have they interpreted and how you connect it to maybe modern day philosophies or stuff like that. Certain things that already exist, how do you relate? The other aspect of these literature students research that I've heard, I forgot, it's actually a three alphabet research stuff that they speak about. I forgot what exactly it is called. Where they experiment. I remember working with 5 different scholars at different point of time, who spoke, who had conducted this particular thing. One of them experimented by, introducing spoken English classes for homemakers. She is an English teacher. She was doing her PhD, and this was something as part of her PhD. One of the ideas that she was working on was this particular aspect. Yes, ELT. Thank you, Ashwini, for that. Thank you. This is particular place where she had to use a complete research methodology, as what I'm going to explain to you people now. She had to understand what is the level of each of these homemakers, what is their understanding about English, and what is their education level, and also even if they know to read and write English, how thorough are they in English. So for that, she had a basic grammar test. She did that grammar test and she understood, she gave them scores, and then she understood this is the population. In that, she filtered and she said, below this particular average marks is the population with whom I'm working. She took them, she trained them. She had different modules, 10 different modules with different aspects of grammar. She took about 6 months time to experiment this particular thing, converse with them time and then, put them in a WhatsApp group, and then made them to dialogue between each other, made them to record videos and send to each other and ask each other what is the correction. She made them to correct each other. Towards the end, she conducted the same grammar test to them, the same grammar test. And then she asked them to do it. When they did it, she compared the pre and the post test, how it has been and how the intervention has been effective. A pure form of action-based research and experimental research that she was able to conduct. So these are all things that have been emerging and coming out. And what exactly we do through this research is, somewhere down the line, your research is supposed to be transferred into the community. To somebody out there in the community, it is supposed to reach and help them out. That should be the basic ideal upon which you are supposed to look at it. Yeah. Thank you. And so when we speak about it, review of literature is going to be something very, very important. Prior to that, when we speak of research, this research topic, how do I frame a particular topic is something that we need to look at. All right. How do we frame a particular topic? There could be different ways of looking at it, but usually I talk about 4 P's. All right. I'll just put it on the chat box as well so that you people can look at it. All right. One is going to be the passion of the researcher. What inspires me or what I'm curious about. Sometimes problems cannot be, sometimes when we say a research problem, it need not be something that is not depressing always. It could be a curiosity. For an example, Tamil Nadu government, all right, was the first government in India, the state government in India, to introduce 25 kgs of rice for 25 rupees, 1 kg rice for 1 rupee. And if I'm not wrong, I think Tamil Nadu was also the first state in India to introduce, if I'm not wrong, maybe if somebody is there, you could correct me as well. I think Tamil Nadu was the first state government to introduce this canteens, government-run canteens, where you get 1 idli for 1 rupees. Please look at it only in the context of research alone. It's not any regional motivation that I'm trying to do over here, but just an example. Now, this 1 rupee, 1 idli for 1 rupee, and it is a chain. It's like these Amma canteens, it was initially. This canteen that came up, all right, throughout Tamil Nadu. How did they do that? Now, this is not a problem. It is good. If 1 kg of rice is for 1 rupee, how many poor people can eat? Let's assume a beggar gets 10 rupees a day, only 10 rupees a day. He was able to meet 10 people and he got 10 rupees a day. He can get 10 kgs of rice. He can just boil it and eat with whatever is available. If such be the case, from somewhere down the line, the government is trying to provide food security. Now, this isn't a problem. But, I remember IAS officials from Karnataka, IAS officials from Andhra Pradesh, somebody from Maharashtra, they came to study the government of Tamil Nadu's model. They came to study this model to understand how exactly is it possible for them to do. One more thing is there. Tamil Nadu is also one of the pioneering states when it comes for election manifesto to give, I will give you free bicycle, I will give you free laptop, I will give you free XYZ. They got also this grinder or mixie or table fan, all these. How are these freebies possible for a government? Now, getting these freebies, giving it to the people, is it good or bad? Debatable. Should the people receive it? Yes or no? Debatable. I have nothing to say on that. But how was the government able to do that for everybody who hold the ration card? Now, if I'm speaking in this particular aspect, this is a curiosity to understand. And this is where research helps out. So somebody who came to study, they didn't come to see this as a problem. Rather, they had a curiosity to understand. So research can be based on your passion or your curiosity. The second thing is the problem that I speak about, problem as I highlighted with these examples you could have understood. The third is based on people. If it is from certain aspects of humanity and social science discipline, it is to do with people, a particular community. It is to do with certain aspects of people. If you're from commerce or business management backgrounds, you're going to study about supply chain management. 2 days before, I was part of this particular workshop where me and the chief guest, when we were speaking about this particular aspect, he was talking about supply chain management, and he tells me he was studying about Indian mangoes. He was studying about mangoes, all right, and he was looking at South India, and he was looking at Andhra Pradesh in special, if I'm not wrong, all right. And he said that how from the farmer's hand, when these ripe mangoes are being taken, and as it reaches to the consumer, which is us, through different intermediaries, how it is coming up. From the farmer, 1 kg is got for about 25 rupees, but when it is reaching elsewhere, it could even go up to 400 rupees. Certain variety of mangoes are not available everywhere. From 20 rupees to 400 rupees, where exactly is the justification being provided? So here, he is dealing about supply chain management. He's looking at mango business, maybe because I'm a social worker. I don't understand any aspect of money. I'm very sorry. I don't even know how to count money in hands. But I'm telling what I understood was, but his research helps him to also connect to see if the farmer through the supply chain system, is he benefiting or not? So he's connecting to the people. All right, he's connecting to the people. So this is something very important. And the last is going to be a geographical location. Your research could be based on a culture. Your research could be based on a particular geography. If you're from anthropology discipline, you are trying to study about a particular tribe. The tribe could be spread across in 2-3 places. For example, Santhal tribes. The Santals are there in 3 major states in India. And they are India's largest tribal population as well. One of the largest population as well. They are spread across. Studying them throughout is not going to be possible. So you study them in different pockets maybe. So specifying a particular geographical location. Now, based on this, you can try formulating your research title. Your research titles can simply be put up based on your passion. It can have something to do with people, problem, and a place. For an example, the challenges faced by teachers due to online work culture. Teachers are hardly understood. I am a teacher. I mean, I teach in a higher educational institution. The moment we call ourselves the teachers, we're always looked upon like Wonder Woman and Superman only. They have to know everything. Why are you a teacher then? Even at home, that is what they ask us. Something we say, I don't know, I didn't know about it. You didn't know about, why are you a teacher? So it's very easy for anybody to say that. Sometimes the student asks the question and then the teacher is going to be like, I haven't heard about it. Ma'am, sir, but this has been the hot topic in the last few weeks. Haven't you read about it? No, I don't think I have come across it. How it is possible you are a teacher here? It's very easy to say. If I'm curious to study the challenges faced by them, it is a topic. All right. The challenges faced by ambulance drivers. This was a topic that we wrote a paper and published it also. Me and my student, we worked on that, especially during the pandemic. Throughout the day, the ambulance drivers had to be alert and they had to be on their vans. Many of whom we interviewed told us that, in between that 1 hour or 2 hour break that they get is the one that they were actually getting as the rest. And the salaries never improved. They didn't even get any incentives. If we speak about all those aspects, people, problem, and place, and the passion, if you could connect it together, this can help in terms of formulating a research topic. It could also be the other way around. Sometimes we also make use of methodology. Challenges faced by the scheduled tribes in Bengaluru, in rural Bengaluru, a quantitative inquiry. Possible. When I say that, I'm also specifying the methodology. Somebody was trying recently, somebody is writing an international research proposal, and she's looking at, a comparative study between the Aboriginal population, gender, constructs of gender, all right, constructs of gender and gender identity, a comparative study between the Aboriginals of Australia and the indigenous and the scheduled tribes of India. This is the topic, all right. Gender constructs and gender identity, a comparative study between Aboriginals of Australia and the scheduled tribes of India. Now here, two different populations. It is a comparative research that is being put in place. And by the topic, you will understand this researcher is going to research about two different indigenous groups, one from Australia, one from India. There is place, there is people, there is problem, and the passion of the individual as well. So this is how you need to understand to formulate the research topics. I've closed the chat box because I think the chats are quite overwhelming. I hope I can read them later. Now, as we move across, the important aspect that I need to cover is going to be the review of literature. What exactly is the review that we speak about? Most of us, when we speak of reviews, especially from the student's point of view and the scholar's point of view, your research guides tell you you have to do at least 30 reviews and submit the data. So when they say 30 reviews, submit the data, we're like, okay, what should I do? I can't copy paste. These days, you people know, right? Plagiarism can amount to imprisonment also under intellectual property rights. So you can't do plagiarism. So you'll have to read. And there are easy techniques. We are saying paraphrasing. Paraphrasing. What do you mean by paraphrasing? The original understanding of paraphrasing is to say what you have understood from the researcher's point of view. You will have to put it in your researchable terminologies and you'll have to put it in your way of expressing it. This is what the researcher found out. This is what he has highlighted. This is what I have understood. This is how it is supposed to go as a review. And what are people do in order to give 20 pages, and also in certain PhDs, we have this particular habit of saying each chapter has to be 30 pages. My thesis has to look this big, like a Bible or like a dictionary or a thesaurus. This big it has to look. And so I will make every chapter 50 pages. It's not that way. Review of literature is very, very important because it gives you a thorough understanding, a very thorough understanding of what exactly the problem is. Before moving on to the methodology, before identifying your variables, thorough review of literature is needed. At the PhD level, at least 50 different reviews you're supposed to read. Don't tell us that, I had this thing, that thing, everybody will have some or the other. But I'm saying at least 50 reviews you will have to read based on the topic, not just anything and everything. Something relevant to the topic you're supposed to read, at least 50. There are universities who go with 80, 120, differs. But I'm saying at least 50. 50 different reviews And to the most looked with that these comes from different journals and books, read, understand, and then put. Now, review of literature, each of them have different styles of writing it. When it comes for certain disciplines of humanities and social sciences, this is something that I have found out, all right? People write it based on different forms. I'm not highlighting them here. Some of them do it, yeah, like in the second aspect of this, I put year-wise, a particular problem they take year-wise. Maybe you're trying to study about some aspect of poverty. Somebody writes it year-wise, all right? In 1920, how poverty was viewed. What was the situation in India? 1940, 1947, we got the independence. 1951, as we became a republic, with the 5-year plans being introduced inside by 1951. As we moved on, 1980s, poverty alleviation programs started coming up. Irrigation facilities started improving. There was employment guarantee being provided from 1985, 86 onwards. All right. Information technology comes inside after 93. 2000 onwards, information technology became a separate division to be looked up in the government. So in all these years, poverty, the aspect of poverty, the aspect of, maybe understanding the GDP of our country, year-wise understanding it. By different years, you can review. Problem-wise, when I speak about agriculture, what you call? Lack of agricultural productivity. India is still an agrarian population. 68.8% of the Indian population still lives in rural villages. We are still rural by 68.8% population. All right, which means this population's predominant occupation is going to be agriculture or agro-based occupation. And here, why agriculture is failing? Why many of them are selling it to real estate? Why agriculture is failing? One is based on environment. One is based on geographical location. One is based on dispute between the state boundaries or different state governments. One is because of the lack of interest among people by introduction of freebies. Sometimes it could be even alcoholism. There are communities who have completely lost their lands because the entire community is alcoholic. So problem-wise understanding one particular issue. Author-wise, this is different authors. What exactly do they speak about a particular problem? Like for an example, maybe let's say that it's going to be a philosophical study that you're doing. All right, individual peace in an individual, internal peace. What different philosophers have spoken about peace, the concept of peace. All right. Then methodology-wise, like when I speak about peace, I remember what do we understand about peace, what Aristotle has spoken of, what Ptolemy has spoken of, what Socrates has spoken, all right, or even contemporaries whom we have at least studied in our subjects like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar or Mahatma Gandhi or anybody for that matter, different social reformers. What exactly have they spoken about peace or societal development, author-wise understanding? And the last is methodology-wise. The same problem by using different methodologies, what people have understood and highlighted. Getting to understand the aspect through a quantitative style of inquiry, but through different means. Qualitative style of inquiry, but through different means. Or a mixed methods or a multiple research, but through different means. Understanding this aspect through methodologies. These are all certain systematic ways of reviewing literature. What I'm saying here is something very important that I always encourage you people to look at. The third point that I have put over here. When you're trying to study, all right, and write a review, this is, I do not say that this is the standard format, but this is one of the easiest format that you could use. From a particular article that you're reading for about 8 to 10 pages long article that you're reading, when you're reading this 8 to 10 page long article, what exactly you could do is that, you could look who's the author in the bracket here, what is the title of the paper, what is the background on which the author has constructed this particular research, what was the methodology adopted, all right? What are some of the major findings which are relevant to your study? For the topic that you're trying to study, what are some of the findings that are relevant? How the author concludes. This is how you need to connect. A particular article, when you read, if it is 8 to 10 pages long, it has to be comprised into 6 to 8 sentences, a paragraph of 6 to 8 sentences. So when I speak about it, this is something that we need to understand. And this could be one of the formats that people could make use of. Maybe if you need, you could take a screenshot of this, or later maybe I could also send you this PPT, which you people could use. This is a standard PPT that I use everywhere. If at all you're going to use it, kindly acknowledge me. All right, intellectual property rights. Fine. So the next aspect of it, how do I understand which article is relevant for my study? This I'm going to speak only in the aspect of economics or commerce or business management or political science and sociology and then history, sociology and then social work or development studies. For you people, maybe this could be a advantage. The last but before point that I'm speaking about. When you want to review a particular article, to understand how relevant it is, go on the inverse order. Look at the topic. First, you will do a keyword search. Once based on the keyword search, you will get the articles. Download the article, read the topic. If you find it relevant, go to the abstract, read the abstract. If the abstract is connecting to your particular study, directly go to the conclusion to see how the author concludes. If the conclusion is relevant to your study or somewhere it is contradictory to your study, which is interesting for you, then move to see what were the findings. Then get to see what were the variables that were studied, and then see what was your objectives and the background of the particular study. This is, I'm not saying this is the easiest method, but I feel this would save you time. Instead of reading one full article, to understand that only one paragraph is something that is reviewable for your research. If you could use this particular alternative way of looking at it, it would help you save time. If it is not going to help out in any of the checkpoints, you can stop over there and move ahead to another particular research article to be reviewed. Thereby, you can save time because at least 50 different reviews you are supposed to collect. This is one easiest way to look at it. And be very, very careful with the sources of data. Be very careful with the different sources of data. All right. I come from a social work background where humanity, when I speak about social problems, we always connect it towards human rights and social justice. We always connect it towards human rights and social justice. I also research a lot about subaltern studies. Dalit issues and tribal issues are primary focus for me. Somebody is writing a particular article and it's been published in a well-reputed by a well-reputed publisher. And this particular author writes about philosophies that could influence communal harmony. And one of the philosophies, the reference that he has taken and is quoting is from the Manu Shastra. I'm sorry if there are different religious populations present over here. I'm speaking it on the context of an unbiased approach where I'm speaking it on the aspect of how it is impacting different people. He says that the philosophies that are put up by Manu in his Manu Smriti is something good for today's scenario. I do not know. At least few aspects of Bhagavad Gita I have read. I have always felt inspired by the connotation on which it has, meaning till date, meaning a lot of stuff. I have read different religious inscriptions and literatures. I have found them to be making some sense in one way or the other, but Manu Smriti, I do not know. Maybe for some reason it doesn't connect to me. Because in today's India, when I look at development between the haves and the have-nots, I feel somewhere down the line, societal development isn't happening because everybody is ascribing towards a particular caste, an ascribed status that you all carry, irrespective of religion. This is present. Then comes class. Even class-based development in India is happening based on caste. For 2,500 years, certain communities have always been persecuted on the basis of pure and impure blood. Pure and impure blood. Somebody touches me, I become impure. But the person can come and then do every menial activities for you in your household. That time your house doesn't get demeaned. So when I speak about it, certain aspects really needs to touch us. I think researchers help me to understand. Sometimes the sources that we look at, we need to look if it is really an authentic data to understand. Somebody speaking right now, because I come from Karnataka, right now in Karnataka, the burning aspect is the hijab issue that is happening around. People are speaking about should they wear, should they not wear, should religious connotations be there or be not. That's up to them. That's debatable, but not here, not in this platform. But something that I would like to say is that, see, in this particular issue that is happening around, people from different countries abroad who haven't even visited India are writing. And one of the Instagram posts that I read says that, no, India is going to become the next Afghanistan. What is the premise on which somebody is building it up? Then he's sharing me a lot of websites on which he has read. All these websites are sharing only hatred speeches. Checking authenticity in research is very important. And the last aspect of review of literature before I could take a break is that, to understand the connectivity between different reviews that I write. The first article, let's assume that now I'm speaking about domestic violence. I'm studying about domestic violence. The first article says that Godfrey bracket 2021 had studied about the impact of domestic violence over the mental health of women and children in families. This particular research was conducted in Bengaluru. Look at the third point that I have mentioned, the third point, which is putting up the background methodology. I'm putting it this way so that you can connect it also. As you keep listening to me, look into the third point, all right? This particular study was conducted among women and children in Bengaluru who live as nuclear families. 50 families were identified where the researcher has individually gone and surveyed these 50 families. He identified these 50 families through the help of the women's police station, let's say for an example. All right. All these families are families with history of violence, domestic violence, and so the researcher identified them to be the respondents for the study. All right. Through this particular research, Dr. Godfrey has found out, or through the particular research, the researcher has found out that 60% of the women have faced physical violence, physical form of abuse. 80% of them report that there is emotional abuse. Children during the interview have highlighted that they feel traumatized because of their parents fighting throughout the day. And the author finally concludes by saying that the pandemic, despite creating a lot of economic havoc, has also created a social divide in families. Work from home culture has not really been appreciable because it is not bringing out the real essence of families in its real sense. This is the first author speaking, the first review. The second review, if it is connecting to the same, you will have to put it similar to that, the findings of the previous study. Benu bracket 2022 has identified similar forms of domestic violence in pockets at Chennai. She has conducted her study in so-and-so locality and found out aspects of the same. Then the third review that you're writing, on the contradictory, Mrs. Maheshwari or Maheshwari bracket 2022 has understood that work from home culture has influenced better understanding in the families. Couples have understood themselves better as they had a lot of time to look at each other and speak to each other, which has in a way helped the families to build themselves together. Now, in these three paragraphs that I'm putting it across, there is a connect. Similarly, on the contrary, as according to the findings of the previous study, on the contrary to the findings of the previous study, all right, in view of what has been said, the findings of the previous study is supported by this particular study. When I'm writing that, your entire review is connected. It's like a story reading. The researcher's problems that you have highlighted from different reviews, I will do a story reading, and at last I'll have this understanding. Oh, okay, domestic violence. These are all the aspects that are supportive evidences. These are all the aspects that are going to be negative evidences. This is what your review is supposed to help you out with. All right. We look into the other aspects of the methodology as we progress. Till now, whatever I have completed, maybe we can take up questions if needed, or maybe towards the end, I can take the questions.
Dr. Alan, we can break for 5 minutes and we can take the questions in the last once you complete the session.
Fine. Fine.
Participants, we'll just take 5 minutes break. It's 11, we'll join by 11:05. Dr. Alan, can we start?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. So yes, I think, yeah, we were looking at review of literature and how exactly the reviews are to be looked at. Now, for the review of literature, I do not think it would be relevant for every discipline. That maybe I think when I look at the question answer session, I might be able to understand, because if somebody is going to do a historical research, their entire research is going to be like a review of literature on its literary sense. Only secondary sources of data are going to be collected and compiled. Such being stated, this is going to be relevant only for few of the disciplines who are listening to me as well. But something that I would encourage all of you to look at is going to be looking at the authenticity, the source on which a particular material is written. Even if it could be a very well-reputed journal or a publisher, I'm telling you, it could still have certain bias. So always look to with that, the authenticity of the data being provided is verified. Please do not take from any resources, rather take them from authentic resources. Yeah. We'll move on. Yes. All right. The next aspect is going to be looking at the different types of research. All right. There are different styles of research if you look at it. Ethnographic research, historical research, literary research. These are different names and different techniques too. And then largely they can be classified as cross-sectional research, longitudinal research. There are so many types they call. Experimental, exploratory, ex post facto. There are so many different types of research available. But if at all your data is something that you involve primary data, then it is going to be divided into quantitative, qualitative, mixed method, and multiple method researches. These four are basic varieties that we speak about. Four major domains on which, that is, if your research involves primary data. I hope you understand primary data as in it involves data collection from people or from different institutions. If such be the case, then this particular data can be, then that particular research can be divided into quantitative, qualitative, mixed method, and multiple method researches. Quantitative research is going to be collected in the form of surveys, in the form of numbers. All right. Qualitative research is to understand the magnitude of the problem in its original sense as verbally as much as possible. All right. Mixed method is going to be a combination of quantitative and qualitative and multiple methods too. Multiple method research was something very new that I learned. Somewhere when I went for a government interview, they asked this particular question. And it is then that I got to highlight about multiple methods. So after that, I learned what exactly this multiple methods is. It is nothing but, as I explain, you will understand. Mixed method is going to involve both quantitative and qualitative style of inquiry. Multiple method will involve two different techniques on the quantitative premise or two or more different techniques on the qualitative premise. Now, when I say techniques, if you're not getting to understand, for now, just keep your questions. When I speak about different instruments, you will understand it better. But for now, understand quantitative research to the most involves things in the form of survey. Picking it, checking it, all your feedback forms that you're submitting is a kind of quantitative survey. What you call the Google forms that you people send and you're asking them to collect, to the most are quantitative surveys. All right. Qualitative is going to be where you interview different people, try to understand, sit with them, try to understand the problem, conceptualize the problem as being expressed by the respondents, and try to grab. Qualitative research will to the most try to bring out the emotional connect to the problem. Now, for an example, that MBA study that I spoke about, quantitatively, he has tried understanding the supply chain system over here. All right. Maybe let's assume, I do not know his research, but I'm just giving an example. Maybe let's assume that he has collected data from different farmers, intermediaries, and the consumers, and is trying to see from at different points of time how this particular 1 kg of mango has been having its price moving on. And then when I speak in this particular aspect, in terms of money, he is compared it. But, let me put it in the emotional aspect. He's going and interviewing the farmers. Towards the end, doing an interview with the farmers and he's saying, sir, ma'am, you are doing this particular farming here. How many hours you are spending on this for mango farming? They're saying in a year, at least 6 to 8 months, we are free because we just have to retill the soil around the trees. We put some manure, we look to it that the watering is regularly done. And then if there are any infestations of pesticides, we have to spray it around. This is what we're going to do. Am I audible still?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay.
You're audible. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, if at all I'm losing my connection, I would request Dr. Binu to help me immediately make a call so that I know that I'm lost, because sometimes I feel like I'm speaking to my laptop alone. Yeah. So, yes. So if he had inquired, he's going and asking them, then he's telling, oh, so 8 months you only preserve the tree and the next 4 months or 6 months is going to be your season. Yeah, that is the time, we look to it that, there are no more amount of bees coming. If the bees don't come, these are certain techniques that we use to attract the bees. These are all certain things I'm saying. Okay, after all these stuffs, how much have you got for 1 kg of mango? 20 rupees, sir. Are you outside? If it's going for 600 rupees. If it is reaching Canada and so many snow-clad countries, it reaches for even 600 to 800 rupees. Is that so? My mangoes, it reaches to Canada. It reaches to Australia. You're saying our mangoes from here goes over there. Yes, it goes. You don't have any idea? I don't know. They're giving you 20 rupees, but out there in the city, if you come and get it, 1 kg mango is for 120 rupees. Where is this 100 rupees? Yes, you are right. What do you feel about it? I think it's unjustifiable. It's not justice. When they're speaking this, you are doing a qualitative style of inquiry. And then as you keep looking at it, the emotional aspect on the supply chain management is also being brought out. I'm just giving an example. May not be 100% relevant for everyone though, but I hope you people try to get an understanding. Mixed methods research will try to combine these two aspects of it, which is why mixed methods I always consider to be a very powerful element. And multiple method, when you look at it, it will have two different styles of quantitative inquiry. Partially, you are asking them to fill the data by themselves. Partially, you might sit with them, ask and fill the data. It could involve two different styles of qualitative inquiry. Maybe like, you're taking in-depth interviews with farmers. Apart from that, in the farmers association, in their clubs, you meet group of farmers and you're doing a group discussion also, focus group discussion. Two different inquiry methods, but from the qualitative premise. That is going to be a multiple method. Apart from that, we'll also have, as I said earlier, ethnographic research. Anthropologists make use of it. Anybody who's going to make use of culture-based studies will have to do ethnographic research. I am a social worker. I try to study a lot of tribes. So when I study about them, definitely one aspect of my research is to do with the ethnographic profile of this particular tribal populations. Historical research, as I said earlier, could be based on the different problems at different points of time. It could be based on one particular aspect being studied at different points of time. Literary research, as I told you people earlier, could be about different philosophies from different authors or one particular author and his works. I knew for a reason that since I come from a dance field also, my dance guru is actually now writing his dance PhD thesis. And his particular thesis, he's trying to understand nuances of or elements of dance or elements of drama or, certain aspects of the Tembavani. Tembavani, I do not know, like Tamil people who have learned Tamil, you would know that this is a literary piece that was written by Veerama Munivar, who is a Jesuit missionary who came to southern India, stayed in Tamil Nadu. He's the first person to make a thesaurus for Tamil, and he's also the first European missionary who made the Vatteluthu Tamil into the proper Tamil that we are writing today. Veerama Munivar, his name is. Constantine Besky is his original name. And this particular man, he has written a lot of literary treatise, and he has translated Tirukkural into Italian language and so many other European languages. Whether he is a scholar who has done so much work. In that, one of the works is called as Tembavani, and Tembavani is written as in praise of Jesus Christ and his parents, Joseph and Mary. All right. So this particular treatise, it's actually considered to be a very solid Tamil literary source on Christianity. Now, this particular literary premise, my dance guru as a dance teacher, he's trying to understand in this particular poems, what are certain aspects that he has poetically put, which could be dramatically represented or represented through dance or represented through a performing art. So his research is purely a literary research that he's doing. Towards the end of his research, we'll all get an opportunity to go and dance, because based on whatever he has read and he is conceptualizing, he's going to say this could be put up in this ways. This particular poem can be treated into this particular song with this particular raga and tala being put inside. And this is how the actions can go about. And we all will be the specimens on his thesis day. We'll be there on the stage to present for him. This is performing arts and how their research could be. And this is in its literary sense, literary research. Cross-sectional research is going to be one-time study. Most of our PhD or our PG level research dissertations are to do with cross-sectional designs. There are also longitudinal research types available. Longitudinal research is nothing but the place where you take a longer period of time to study. For an example, if one of you is a college principal here, or let's assume you are a college professor, and you're having every year you're getting a group of children who do not know how to speak in English, or who are very good with grammar and conceptualizing in the mind, but then it doesn't come effectively. You are an English professor and you're worried how my students are not able to speak this way. They are supposed to speak good. I am sure my students have good knowledge and understanding. It's just that they do not have confidence. Just a minute, please. So what happens here is, so your disturbance, you're saying that, no, I feel somewhere my students are lacking confidence. And I think they will gain confidence if they read more. Sorry, is it from my end? Anyway, let me just continue. Yeah. So what exactly happens here is, we, if at all you as a professor, you are disturbed with this and you are trying to understand. So you're sitting, you are sitting with, yeah.
No problem, sir. There was just recording was paused and it started. So no need to worry. You can please continue.
Okay, fine.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah, I thought my time is over.
No.
Yeah.
There was some technical glitch. That's
okay.
All. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So what exactly happens over here is that, you as a professor, you are saying that, no, I'm going to introduce the next 3 years, since these two children are coming and studying with me as the HOD or me as the professor or me as the principal, I'm going to tell them every day morning, 8:30 to 9 o'clock college starts, 8:30 to 9, these students will come. They will sit in my office. I will be sitting and having my breakfast. They will all finish their breakfast, sit before me, and they will read the newspaper. And each day they are going to write in a separate piece of notebook this particular vocabularies that are new for them. They will read the dictionary, and the evening they will tell me these are the 5 words that I have learned today. And monthly once, we will organize a group program where all these students are going to speak in English about what they have learned in this 1 month through the newspapers. And I will correct them as they speak. I'm going to correct them. You are a professor who is experimenting this particular way. And what happens for 3 years, you're continuing this particular phase. And towards the 3rd year, you're trying to measure and see if their English has improved, if their communication has improved, and if their dynamics has improved. Thereby, you will tell that this particular approach helps or doesn't help. Now, for 3 years, you have intervened. And at different phases, you would have done assessments to understand how much is their level of progress in terms of English as a spoken language. And when you look into this could be an example of longitudinal research. I'm giving a very small example, but in reality, Western countries have done wonderful longitudinal studies. There are still ongoing research, 70 years. The aspect of an human individual is being studied for 70 years, 75 years, where, children who were orphaned, the mentality of children who were orphaned, they have identified 30 different children and they have been trying to study about them. And throughout different phases of their life, they are trying to study about them, experimenting them. Longitudinal study, longer term. It could be even 70 years time that we could see. All right. So this is something that we need to understand about the different types of research that we speak about. Yes. Just the next thing is about the research design. Before I could move into the research design, just give me 1 minute break, please. 1 minute. Right. Thank you for waiting for me. So here the research designs. All right. Different research designs are there. Please remember, when you read in different books, types of research designs, they are not compartmentalized. Indian authors have made it simplified for us. But if you look at your authors from international perspectives, they write them all together. So I'm just simplifying it and putting it as types in research design. Research design is going to be nothing but a blueprint. When you say that in your research, you're using this particular research design, we can understand this is what you're trying to say. So these are some of the different research designs that we make use of. Descriptive research design, it describes a particular problem. 60% of the women have faced physical abuse in the during the pandemic with work from home culture. When I say that, I'm describing what is the statistic. All right. Descriptive design. If your research is descriptive in nature, to the most, the findings will describe what are the problems with regard to domestic violence, what are the aspects of domestic violence in different percentages or in terms of words. It could be in terms of words or it could be in terms of numbers. Let's say 10,000 people had mental health issues during the pandemic. This is the major finding of your study. You are just describing it. So descriptive design describes in terms of number or in terms of words. Diagnostic design, also called as explanatory design. Diagnostic or explanatory design, it is going to help you people to understand what could be the cause or what could be the impact. All right. 60% of women have faced physical forms of violence in their households during the pandemic. The main reason identified is that in these households, the women were found to be illiterate. The women ideally were from rural vicinities. Just giving an example, I'm not generalizing. Please don't ask me any specific questions. These are for examples alone. All right. These are not my opinions even. It's just for examples that I'm making use of. So what happens here is 60% have had physical violence. Why this violence happens, how this violence happens, to support it, I'm having something that is intervening in between. It was found out, the main reason for the violence is also found out that, women agree violence from their husbands, or men agree that violence from their wives, all right, violence from their wives is something okay in a marital relationship. This is vividly brought down during the interview where one of the husbands says that, sir, we have been happily married for the last 15 years and my wife has been abusing me over the last 15 years. Right from day one, I have sustained physical injuries because of my wife and I'm okay with it. It was also supported by so-and-so person name change in her interview when she expressed that right from my childhood, I have been taught that Kallanalum, Kalavan Pundanalum Purushan. For those of you who do not understand, it's going to be, even if it is a stone, it is going to be my husband. Even if it is to be a grassland, it is still my husband. So my husband, no matter however he treats me, he is still my husband. This is a typical attitude that many of the women are raised in Tamil Nadu with this particular slogans. You will have a lot of myths and misconceptions like these. All right, so let's assume that this is how they're saying. So what happens here? The 60% of the people who are facing violence. Initially I said women and then I gave men's narrative also. So 60 people faced violence. This is giving a supportive evidence of how it has happened. So your research will also dwell not just on the problem, but what could be the cause of the problem or what could be the impact of the problem. Fine. This is diagnostic research design. It will have something to speak about the causes. All right. And then you have experimental research designs. Experimental research designs are very vast. The pandemic time, our college gave us this access for Coursera courses. And in that, me and a few of our colleagues, we enrolled ourselves in this research course. And then we studied this quantitative research. Very interesting to see about experimental and quasi-experimental research designs. There are varieties of them. But I'm just speaking about one simpler one, which is going to be pre-test and intervention post-test, action-based research, part of experimental design. The other example is to look at two groups. One is called as the treatment group and the other is called as the control group. I'm sure all of you would remember this particular example. This is the common example that I give because I think everybody could relate to this. In TV advertisements, right from your childhood, you would have been seeing. A research was conducted. I'm saying it in English for the sake of understanding for everyone. A research was conducted among 600 children from the age group of 4 to 6. 400 children were given this Complan or Boost or Horlicks and so, and 200 people were given regular nutritional malt. By the end of the 6th month, it was found out that the 400 children who consumed this particular product became taller, stronger, sharper. When they say that, the 200 children to whom they didn't give this nutritional malt and they gave the regular malt is the control group, and the group to which they gave this Horlicks or Boost or Complan, what the advertisement was, is the treatment group, the experimentation group. So here, this is an experimental research design. Sometimes it could be ex post facto. Ex post facto is somebody could have intervened. Maybe prior to that, there was no, there was no research being done. Some event has happened. On the occurrence of the particular event, what is the aftermath of it? If you're studying that, it is ex post facto research design. All right. Right now, a student is going to collaborate with me. We are going to do a small research, a very minor research that we're going to do because of the curiosity this particular student has had. This particular research is about the changing aspects of culture in a tribal community at Munnar. We are trying to study this aspect now. All right, the changing culture. So we are looking at the cultural aspect of it. Now, cultural change has been happening on a gradual phase for them. We do not know this particular date, they left this particular practice. No, not like that. Gradually, it has been moving out of their hands. So as it has moved on, what exactly is the present situation? The aftermath of the cultural shock that has happened, or cultural change that has happened, not shock, cultural change that has happened, the transitioning that has happened, we are trying to study, it is ex post facto method. With the intervention of regular educations coming in place, how tribal livelihood and tribal perspectives have changed. When I do that, education was introduced. Prior to that, what was there? I have not studied that. But with the introduction of education, how the tribes have changed. With one intervention, what changes there? When I'm doing that, it's going to be ex post facto. Then we have exploratory research design. Just excuse me. Exploratory research design is going to be a place where you are going to look at the problem in its essence for the first time. All right. I hope I'm still audible. Yes, I think some connection message keeps coming for me from my end though. I'm still audible, right?
Yes, sir. You're audible. Yes. You're audible.
Thank you. So exploratory research design, maybe pandemic, when the pandemic came up. All right. I remember in our faculty WhatsApp group, one of the physical sciences person had shared a particular article. They said, this is the first article in physical sciences which is published within 3 days time, if I'm not wrong. 1 day's time or 3 days time. All right. Why? Because that particular researcher has experimented something to do with the virus, some aspect of it, and he has presented it. All right. For the first time, an aspect is coming out, exploratory research design. The kind of problem that you're trying to study, if it has never been studied at all, it is called as exploratory research design. All right. The last 3 designs that I have presented here, if you look at it in these different shades of blue that has been presented, these are the mixed method research designs. One is called as convergent parallel research design, where quantitative and qualitative premise combines together at the same point of time. Towards the end, you converge them. All right. Parallel convergent design or convergent parallel design. When I'm studying about domestic violence, one side I'm collecting through survey. I'm sending Google Forms after Google Forms and asking these ladies to fill it up. In that, I am identifying with the findings, I've identified that few women have had highest amount of trauma. With these women, I'm also doing at the same point in time as they are conducting the survey, at the same point of time, in the similar time fashion, I'm also interviewing these women to understand domestic violence. Towards the end, I converge these 2 data together. Quantitative data, questions are being answered by the qualitative premise. Qualitative data questions are being answered by the quantitative premise. When I combine them together, it is convergent parallel design, parallel convergence. All right. Parallelly, you study side by side qualitative and quantitative premise and converge the data. Sequential exploratory design. Sequential exploratory design is going to be a place where one data comes first, followed by the other. For an example, psychological studies and all. If you look at psychological studies, which one can I see? Let's speak about, emotional fatigue. All right. Emotional fatigue in relationships. I don't know how, is there a proper terminology? Any psychologists here who could help me? I do not know. But I'm speaking about emotional fatigue, as in to say, in a relationship with, as couples, when they're going, as they keep emotionally, trying to adjust with each other, sometimes they become tired of each other. So I'm putting it as emotional fatigue, but I'm sure there must be some other terminology. But if you're trying to study about it, and it is of first of its kind, first, what you will do is you will go do interviews first to understand couples and what exactly are they saying. From these interviews, you have understood that, certain aspects of it are all something that could be made into different variables. These variables are going to be made into parameters in the form of a questionnaire. And this questionnaire is going to be sent throughout, and you're going to collect data. Then you compare the data. It is going to be sequential exploratory because there was a new problem to be studied. First, you used a qualitative premise, and through the qualitative premise, you understood the variables involved in the particular problem. Then you quantumized the data in the form of parameters through a survey questionnaire. And this questionnaire was again given to different couples, and you got the data to understand this emotional fatigue. Problem is emotional fatigue, and it's a newer problem. And how did you understand this? By involving 2 different types of research methods, one supporting the other. So it is sequential exploratory. Sequential explanatory is going to be the other side of it, where you will still use a quantitative and a qualitative style of inquiry, where one finding is being supported by the other. The findings, for an example, 80 out of 100 students say that online classes do not help us out. All right. This 80 out of 100 students are saying online classes are not helping us out. All right. To understand this particular process, if I have not collected the reasons on the quantitative premise, qualitatively I go and ask. So I'm involving different stakeholders. So partially with teachers, I'm asking, see, look at what you people are teaching. I don't understand. All of you come with PhD qualification. All of you have struggled and 8 years of experience, 10 years of experience. Why you people are not teaching so interestedly? Then they're saying, sir, look at our PPT, sir. Look at the kind of references, sir. Even when we had theory classes, I had my regular chit, right from my MSW days or PG days. This is the chit. My PG college notes is what I've been taking for class. Now, because it became online, I have made PPT, nice colorful PPTs, and I'm presenting. Still, my students are not understanding. I don't understand. So even I didn't understand, sir. Then the researcher has to go to the students. Your teachers are presenting PPTs. They're having interactive videos. Sometimes they're telling stories for you. And you're sitting in your own comfort zone. You can sleep, sit, lie, do whatever you want. Like how many of you are going to listen to me right now. All right. What still makes you hard, or what still you find it hard to study in this online mode? Then they are saying, sir, first of all, online mode, when it is going to be a movie, it is different for us, sir. The teacher's face for the next 40 to 50 minutes to see how hard it is going to be for me. Tell me, sir. It's very true. Like me, looking at my face for the 1.5 hours must be boring. I agree to that. But I can't change my face. I don't have Instagram filters. If Zoom has such an option, I would be happy to use it so that you could see me different faces in different times. Possible. The other side, they're saying, sir, we're only listening and writing notes. How long to write? There is no break given for us. The whole day, half a day goes on online lectures. Another half a day, we have to submit assignments within 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock deadline. How it is possible for us? When they are saying that quantitative premise is being supported with the qualitative premise. This is sequential explanatory research design. These are some of the common research designs. There are n number of research designs, but I'm just highlighting on things that I have worked and things that I found to be very interesting. Those alone I have presented here. Yeah. Apart from that, there are higher order research designs also. All right. These I'm not explaining due to want of time, but maybe you can just have a look at it. You can Google about them. Information is available in plenty. These are something that I have read recently from a particular book. I can share the PDF with you people as well. Yeah. So these are some of the other research designs. These are higher order mixed methods research designs. Now, sampling technique. This is again something very important for us to understand. Sampling techniques. When I speak about sampling techniques, all right. When I speak about sampling techniques, what you people need to understand is that when you're not able to study the entire population, we take samples. And when we take up these samples, we need to take them in such a way that it is a representative subset of the population. Please understand my terminology, representative subset. For an example, you are a teacher, all right? You are a teacher who is taking class for a class of 100 students. And you want to understand how effective you have been. And I'm sending you a questionnaire, all right? I cannot do the survey with 100 students. For an example, I'm saying, I cannot do the survey with 100 students. So what I'm doing, immediately I'm giving it to the first 2 benches because they are very much next to me, no? Rate about sir's teaching, no? Please rate and give me. First benches to the most, we all know how the ratings are going to be. All right? If I'm going to do that, it's not going to be a representative subset. Or the principal is going to give the teacher's evaluation to a class where the teacher has not taken at all. It is not a representative subset to evaluate the teacher. So this is where when the data, while understanding the samples, while understanding and identifying the samples, to look into the representative unit, we make use of a sampling technique. And probability sampling techniques are going to be places where your data is going to be collected as exactly as a typical representation of the larger population as much as possible. Correct? And non-probability to the most tries its best, but because of certain limitations, it may not represent the characteristics of the entire population. This is one of the limitations of non-probability sampling technique. Some of the sampling techniques I have highlighted here. Due to want of time, I may not explain them in detail, but if it is necessary, 1 or 2 techniques, you people can ask me during the question and answer session where I would be answering you people. But take a note of the different sampling techniques. These sampling techniques are only involved when you are using people or institutions for collecting the data. Got it? You can make a note of it. Yeah, this is something very important. The next aspect is the tools for data collection. All right, research instruments or tools for data collection, as we say. I am dividing them based on 3 different methods. All right, interviews, discussion, and observation. Based on these methods, your style of inquiry also changes. When you do interviews, you can make use of an in-depth interview guide, which is qualitative in nature, and an interview schedule. The difference is that domestic violence, as an example, again, I'm connecting to domestic violence, or in-depth interview guide. It is a qualitative research instrument. How does it help? I go sit with a particular person. I am asking, I heard you are a victim of domestic violence. All right. Can I know exactly what is the family profile of yours? She is telling me, or he's telling me, we are married for 15 years. I am from this particular place. He's from this particular place. This is what has happened. An entire case history. Then, with regard to the particular problem, may I know a little bit about how long have you been enduring this particular form of abuse? They are saying over the last these many years, when you are asking them and they are keeping on narrating their story, it goes like a narration, and the narration is being recorded. In-depth interview guide. You will have 5 basic questions that will guide your interview of about 40 minutes to 1 hour, sometimes even 2-3 hours. In cases of child abuses, when children are being dealt with, in-depth interview guides help you out a lot. Because to understand from the child, the perspective of child abuse is not going to be easy. What exactly happened? Why you don't want to go to your parents? Why you don't want to go to your grandmother's place anymore? What exactly happened? The child will not be able to express exactly what they want to say, but the in-depth interview guide will help you because it is a guided interaction that goes over there. And the interview schedule is the quantitative premise where you have made a question, already set of questions with close-ended or open-ended options. You ask, fill, like census data, census survey, they ask and they fill. It is an interview schedule. Though it is a survey, it is an interview schedule because they don't give the data to you and ask you to fill and give it back. Rather, you will have to, they will have to interview you and fill the schedule. The next method is going to be discussion. Discussion is going to be a place where focus group discussion as a method is being used. All right. Focus group discussion, if you look at it, we make use of the instrument called as focus group discussion guide. It is as similar to that of an interview, in-depth interview guide, where you have 5 to 7 key questions which guides the interaction. You first post the question. Each of them in the group is going to explain what exactly is happening around, and they'll also be talking, and they'll also, as they keep speaking, you try to complement, you try to interact, and then you also try to look at how exactly certain aspects are going to be looked about. Can you people hear me?
Just now, sir. Just now. Yeah. For the past.
Now I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible. Yes.
Yeah. So discussion here, group of people, 8 to 10 people are there. So talking about the problem, first question is being asked. Each of them expresses, somebody contradicts, somebody supports, and after that, followed by that, the second question goes. So there is a guided group interaction that is happening with the researcher, and then you take up the problem on a collective sense. Observation, we make use of observation guide. Recently, I was involved in a particular consultation where we were trying to study wash practices, water and sanitation hygiene practices in corporation schools of Chennai. Now, as part of it, we had to understand how the toilet facilities are, how many taps are available, how many toilets are available, what is the student population. A population towards the end, we found out the data. And for this particular data, I don't have to go sit with the HM and ask and find out how many toilets you have, how many fans in the classrooms you have. Maybe he will have the data, but it's not necessary that I have to go sit with the HM of the school to collect it. Rather, I got the permission from the HM. We went to see the total number of classrooms counted, found a number of ceiling fans that are available, how many dustbins are there, how many washrooms are there, what is the student population. We found out the data. So by observing, you're trying to make a note of it. This is the importance of observation guide. These are some of the research instruments that we commonly use. To the most, when we speak about it, questionnaire is again one of the quantitative research instruments that is being used in the form of survey. All the survey forms are going to be given in the form of questionnaires only. When a questionnaire is being circulated and the respondent responds, we call it a questionnaire. When it is being sat with the researcher and the researcher inquires and fills the data, it is going to be an interview schedule. This is the Indianized version. I mean, like Indian version of understanding questionnaire and interview schedule. If you really look into foreign authors, the books will speak only about the methods. It will not speak about instruments in specific. It will say survey, it will say interviews, it will say observation, rather than to put them as guides or forms. All right. So these are some of the tools that we make use of in the quantitative, qualitative, mixed and multiple method instruments. When I spoke about multiple methods, I told you people, if you have a question, please reserve it. It is here. Now, as I said earlier, interview schedule and questionnaire are part, and observation, interview schedule and questionnaire are part of the quantitative research instruments. In-depth interview guide and focus group discussion guide are part of the qualitative research instruments. Observation guide can be both quantitative and qualitative as well. All right. If such be the situation, in a multiple research, you will use in the same study either an interview schedule and a questionnaire, or an interview guide and a focus group discussion guide. This is why it's called as multiple research. Yeah. So speaking about all the stuff, the next thing that you people need to understand is about variables. This is something that we need to understand about variables. What are certain aspects related to the problem that you're trying to study? Those could be called as variables. All right. When I speak about domestic violence, what are certain concepts around domestic violence that I'm trying to study? This is called as variables. If it was an offline workshop, on the board, I would have neatly written down and I would have showed you an example of who is an effective teacher. You would have given me different answers. With those answers, I would have combined them together to show different domains and how these domains together form different variables. These variables, how they form smaller concepts and the entire theory of an effective teacher, how it can emerge as a model by itself. I would have demonstrated it on the board for you people. Offline, I couldn't do so, but understand variables are nothing. Online, I couldn't do so, but variables are nothing but the concepts that are associated to the problem of inquiry, that is under inquiry or that is under study. All right. Measures of data. When your research instrument is quantitative, when you're using quantitative style of interviewing, we make use of measures of data. All our researchers have an issue on this particular aspect, especially if you're a person who makes use of survey. This is one of the problems that they have, to understand what is the measures of data and what statistical technique to use. We have 4 measures of data: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. All right. This part I'm not explaining, but I'm going to give you examples. The examples will help you understand. When you get demographic details, the data that you bring in, if it doesn't have any particular ranking order or if it doesn't mean anything, then it is going to be a nominal data. Gender, it is irrespective of something. You cannot rank somebody based on their gender or their sex or their race or their religion or their marital status. Nobody can tell that, based on the marital status, they could be ranked. Married people means happiest people. Unmarried people means sad people. Do we have any such classification? No. I heard that because I'm yet to be married, people keep telling that it's like getting inside the toilet for somebody who is already on the urge. Weddings, marriages, we do not know. But I'm saying people's opinions change. But your demographic profile is something that is irrespective of such a kind of ranking. But you can be categorized. In this particular workshop, 275 participants are there. Among 275 participants, this group of 60 people are unmarried population, 80 people are married population. So like that, you can divide. All right. For among the 60 people, 30 people are already in a relationship, 20 people are looking forward for a relationship, and 10 people do not want to get married at all. So this is a population, categorizing them. When you're able to categorize the data that you collect, it is nominal data. Ordinal data is going to be where you will be able to classify them according to the rank. 276 participants are present right now on the Zoom. I don't know how many on YouTube though, but I'm saying 277 people are there on this Zoom session right now. Among them, there are PhD scholars. All right. There are faculty, teaching faculties. There are project consultants. There are PhD scholars, PG postgraduate students, and students from undergraduate level. Now, education is nominal, but for the sake of this particular thing. Tomorrow, if my principal is asking, hey, I heard you went to VIT, it seems. Good man, you went and presented a workshop there, it seems. Very good, very good. Who were the participants? I will not say these many UG students were participating. Rather, I'd be happy to say that I had PhD scholars and teachers listening to me. Why is that? Because UG students are not being considered? No. UG students are yet to get introduced into research. PG students are now understanding research. But the PhD and the teaching population and the project consultants are already on it. So when they are listening to my workshop, it makes an impact for me. So somewhere I'm ranking it. Education here becomes on a ranking base. When I'm going to ask you towards the end of the workshop, I'm sure one of the feedback is going to be, sir had so much to cover, maybe he should have managed time. There's hardly another 10 minutes and I have some more slides to run through. That would be one of the feedback. But apart from that, when you're writing about me, they would ask you, rate the content of the resource person, rate the presentation style of the resource person. You people are going to rate me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? There are some stingy teachers among you who would, if the student writes for 100 marks, 110 marks out of 100 also, you will still give them 75 and say 75 is a good mark, enough, go. So if you're going to rate me the same and say, I think 3.5 is the maximum that I'm going to give, you are ranking me based on the rating index here. This is ordinal data. Interval data or ratio data is going to be something that I collect in abstract. The age. What is the age group of the participants over here? Preferably between 18 to 55, maybe 60, I do not know. All right. On an average, they must be somewhere around 24 to 28, possible. When I look at this particular data, I'm just collecting in the form of numbers. Age, number of children, income, and ratio data is going to be something. Ratio data is going to be something where you can have true zero in its sense. You look in the previous slide, it says true zero. For an example, the total number of children. If you are an unmarried person, the number of children is going to be 0. Or if you are married and you didn't have children at all, it is 0. So the number of children can take up the value of 0, then it is a ratio data. And monthly income. If you are unemployed, then your monthly income is 0. So if income is able to take 0 to 0, then it is a ratio level data. Got it? So this is the differences you have to understand. Why I'm speaking about these is because based on this classification is all your statistical testing that is been there. I've given some examples here. Take a screenshot of this particular slide. These are just examples to understand. All right. And you can test yourself. What could be the measures of these data? You could test yourselves. Yeah. And these are the statistical tests that you could make use of. Some of the common statistical tests that we make use of. I am just presenting it for your purpose. All right. When it is going to be the independent and the dependent variables, if it is going to be categorical, that is nominal versus nominal, you take up a chi-square data. When you have a scale or a ratio data with another scalar and ratio data, we go for correlation. All right. When the independent variable is going to be nominal and has two categories, like say, for example, male and female, and you're measuring it with measurement. For an example, the rating of this particular workshop, rating Dr. Godfrey. I'm having a hypothesis in my mind. All right. I am having a hypothesis in my mind that I'm saying that, the male population will rate me higher scores. This is an assumption that I'm having in research. All of you study about hypothesis testing, right? And when we learn about hypothesis testing, we never understand what it is. Just that, it is an assumption when you do research. So I'm researching about my expertise and I'm thinking, I am assuming that, I think men like my presentation style more, or men would rate me higher. So this is an assumption that I'm having. For an example, it's not the reality though, but I'm giving us an example. If this is the assumption that I'm having as a researcher, how you have to frame it in the research term in terms of the hypothesis. What is the opposite of that? Women will rate me lesser or poor in terms of the workshop or on the satisfaction of the workshop. Men rate me higher, women rate me poor. All right. This is the opposite of it. Now, men and women, what kind of variable can you classify them? You can classify them under gender. Gender is the construct, or gender is the variable under which men and women come. So the men and women becomes categories into the variable called as into the construct called as gender. And what is the measurement over here? Rating, satisfaction of this particular workshop or effectiveness of the workshop conducted by Dr. Godfrey. I mean, I didn't conduct it, though I'm not the conducting person, the organizer, but the resource person. You are evaluating me. So your evaluation comes in the form of number, and it could be based on your gender is what I'm assuming. Hypothetically, when I'm putting it in research terms, the way how the assumption is being framed is there is a relationship or there is no relationship between gender and the assessment over the resource person. Hypothesis is written this way. You assume something very common. You try to understand what is the opposite of it, how it can be classified into different parameters, how these variables could be put in linked together, and then you will say there is an association, there is no association, there is a relationship, there is no relationship between the mean scores or not between the mean scores. Something is similar to that. This is hypothetical testing. If you are able to understand the measures of data, and if you are able to understand the measures of data, and if you're able to understand what is the independent and what is the dependent variable, then you can use the statistical test for your inferences. Spoken about this, I would like to move on to the next part of it, which is to look at the qualitative inquiry style. All right, Dr. Binu, can I take another 5 minutes extra? I think 11:56 in my mobile.
Yes, doctor, you can.
Thank you. 5 to 7 minutes, not more than that. Thank you. Yeah. So, so when I look at the qualitative, so long whatever I spoke about is quantitative premise. All right, quantitative premise. Whatever has been spoken is about rating and stuffs like that. How do you do the data and the analysis is what I spoke over there. Qualitative styles, based on these interviews that are being conducted. What do we do exactly? We make them into case studies and we can present them in the form of case studies. And in case studies, there are different styles of reporting. One is called as the verbatim. Verbatim is writing as it is. All right. Verbatim is to write as it is. All right. So for an example, you will write it in italics. I think in the APA citation, they put it in the form of, APA style of formatting. In certain journals, they'll ask you to put these narratives or verbatims into italics. So you will write as the respondent had spoken, you will write, I am married for the last 15 years. Me and my husband, we were in very good terms until my husband came to this particular new company. Here in this company, my husband is facing a lot of work pressure, which he is not able to show it to his boss. Unfortunately, I happen to resemble his own boss, and so he takes up all the anger on me. If this is what the respondent is responding and you're writing as it is being said, then it is going to be called as a verbatim. Narratives are there. Narrative style of reporting a case study. Narrative style of reporting is going to be how the respondent said, you will listen to it and you will narrate. One of the respondent, aged 29, responds that she has been married to this particular person for the last 15 years. Just giving an example. All right. For the last 15 years. It so happens that they have been living a happy married life for the last for the first initial 8 years. Later, as the husband moved into a newer company, it so happened that the husband started having highest amount of work pressure. This work pressure, subsequently, the husband had to express it only in the household. Unfortunately, as the respondent narrates, it's been identified that the respondent resembles as exactly as that of the boss of her husband. And so all the vengeance is taken upon the respondent. This has influenced highest amount of violence in terms of emotional and physical forms of abuse. When you say this way, what the respondent said, you are narrating it. So this is a narrative style of reporting. Sometimes it could be a form of a dialogue. You would have all written in your English notes. Dialoguing to the most is avoided these days, but then there are research where it is written in the form of dialogues by itself. It is more like a story where you read conversation between him and her, or you and researcher and the respondent, researcher and the respondent. It goes in this style. To the most, we avoid this particular style of writing, but this is also one of the styles which has been there. All right. Then in-depth interviews. In-depth interviews are going to be where you are interviewing. Case study is also one of the ways. In case study also you will use interview technique, but in in-depth interviews, you will have 5 basic questions that guides the problem. Or you will have one simple question with which you initiate the discussion. As the interview keeps progressing, more number of questions comes from the researcher and the answers are collected from the respondent. In-depth interviewing. Focus group discussion, as I gave the example, with a group of 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 people, not more than that. Ideally, it should be within 8 to 12. Having 8 to 12 people trying to sit and understand the problem in its collective sense. All right. You as the researcher, you could be the person to guided group interaction. And we'll also have participant, non-participant observation, where you are a participant observer if at all you are being there in the process. For an example, you as a teacher, you have been helping out with a motivation workshop. In the motivation workshop, you are sitting with the students and you are assessing the students as they are participating in the workshop. You're saying, this girl is the first time she's opening up and speaking. So when the resource person is calling out individual's name, I think it works. Observing by being part of the crowd. Participant observation. Non-participant observation is going to be being outside of the crowd and overseeing what exactly is happening. Sometimes group discussions are happening. You are maybe like, let's say you are an employer, or maybe you as a teacher, you're trying to understand your students' group style patterns. As they keep discussing with each other, you're observing them. This particular group, I think this particular person is being very dominant. He or she needs to be taught how to regulate themselves better when they are in a crowd. So what happens here? You are not with them, but you are an outsider, but who's able to oversee and say what exactly is happening around. Non-participant observation. All right. These are all some of the qualitative inquiry styles. The analysis of the data, they have different varieties, but three of the techniques that I have made use of. One is to identify keywords. From all these interviews that I've conducted, what is something that has been repeated time and then? Keywords. These keywords can help me in emerging into themes. And based on the themes, I will elaborate in detail, elaborating them in detail. Thematic analysis, it's called as thematic analysis. Keywords leads into different themes, and these themes are going to be detailed thematic analysis. The next way of writing is going to be case metrics. Case metrics is going to be one style where one side you will have the respondents detail, on the other side you will have the problem. How it's like a table. It's like a table. You can just Google it to find out. It will be written case metrics. You will be able to find it. Case metrics is going to have different columns like grids, where the problem is being studied on 2 different aspects, horizontally and vertically. All right, sorry, horizontally and vertically, the problem is being studied. This is going to be called as a case metrics. Case metrics is also one form of qualitative analysis. All right, and then before I move on, one last aspect which I'm going to speak about is going to be triangulation. All right. Triangulation. This is used in mixed methods research, multiple research methods, and qualitative research methods as well. All right. Triangulation is going to be one important aspect that we need to understand when it comes for research here in qualitative, mixed methods, and multiple research techniques. What exactly happens? Just excuse me. Yeah, triangulation techniques. All right. Now, when I speak about triangulation is nothing but you have different resources and different sources of data. With these sources of data, how do you connect them? This is called as triangulation. For an example, if there's going to be a quantitative set of data analysis that you've done, a qualitative set of data analysis that you've done, and you also have the review of literature, you will be doing a discussion PG level research these days are involving discussions, but PhD level research and project consultations or projects that we take up definitely make use of this triangulation discussion as a chapter. In the discussion, what exactly happens is that as you keep writing, discussing about the problem, you will put your opinions plus what you have understood, what you have observed, plus what the secondary source of data also tells. The researcher has identified that 60% of the women have faced physical abuse during the pandemic due to domestic violence. The reason behind this, as the researcher has identified through the interviews, now you see 60% was quantitative. Now through the interview, the reason has been identified that the women feel it is okay to be abused by their husbands. All right. This simply means researcher's interpretation now. All right. Please listen carefully. Researcher's interpretation. This simply means that, till date, despite living in 2022, many of the women traditionally adhere themselves to philosophical values and religious ideals, which always patronizes husband and always degrades the morals of a woman. I'm just giving it as an example. Please do not have any connotation, because I think every religion has put down women. All right. We all need to agree to that. So, yeah. So what exactly happens over here is that now, first was the quantitative finding. Second was the supportive evidence that you gave based on the qualitative finding. And then the third is going to be the researcher's opinion. With this, you will explain it for about a paragraph at least, one aspect of domestic violence. Then towards the end, you will say, this is in support of an evidence which was found by, maybe let's say, Gagan. Gagan has, because I recently see here. So Gagan bracket 2022, all right. In his research has found out similar findings where he expresses that women themselves have to liberate themselves so that patriarchy can be reduced, or so that we can look at it. It is also supported by Bila, who says that in his research that he or she has found out that so and so things has happened only because of the reason that at a younger age, women are not taught the aspects of domestic violence and how to restrain from violence. All right. So here initially was quantitative finding, supportive evidence from qualitative finding, plus the researcher's opinion and understanding or the explanation, plus a supportive evidence from that of a secondary source of data. Here, all this combination put together is called as triangulation. This is called as data triangulation. Triangulation, there are 5 major techniques. Due to want of time, I'm not explaining them. You can just Google, you will find all these answers. Examples are the ones that we will have to give you. All right, but I'm explaining a simple triangulation technique, which is data triangulation. Data triangulation, because see, quantitative data, qualitative data, and then you have researcher's opinion. Then you have secondary source of data, primary data, secondary source of data. All these different types of data put together is being put together to understand the aspect of domestic violence. All right, this is called as data triangulation. Like this, you have methodology-based triangulation. Like this, you have so many other forms of triangulation techniques, which I'm not touching today due to want of time. All right, this triangulation, as you write it in the discussion part of it, when it is going to be in support of the evidences that you have found out, the facts that you found out from your research, it is called as a convergent analysis, because you're converging the data together to understand domestic violence. All right. On the other side, if you're putting contradictory data, everybody says that no. For an example, I'll give an example of my own. My MPhil study tells me that there is no difference between men and women's health among the tribes that I researched. Everywhere we all know that women's health is poor in India. In the Indian scenario, this is how it is. Women's health is poor. They have poor health indicators when compared to men, is what we have understood and read. But my research contradicts that. Me as a researcher and my supervisor, we were surprised, and my guide was saying how it is possible. Then I had to understand. I went through to understand. Somewhere in my quantitative style, I had asked a particular practice called as dietary practices. And I have also asked questions about labor practices in my research. The dietary practice is that, women and men consume the similar kind of food, including alcohol or substance abuses. Men and women smoke, drink, take up any substances equally. There is no difference that they've had. On the other side, in terms of labor also, they regulate themselves better. This has been a reason because of which women are able to have good health. And so my findings has told me that women and men have good health. There is no difference in terms of their health aspect. So sometimes your findings can contradict what others could have found. And this could be divergent in nature. Getting to understand? So this is what is some of the aspects of research. I would not say that I have touched everything. As I told you earlier, I cannot do justice for it also, because this is something that we speak on 2 full days offline, 5 full days offline, with a lot of materials and worksheets to work on. So to the most, whatever I could cover, I've tried covering. I conclude with this. Thank you for the opportunity. If there be any questions, I would take it up. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Binu.
Thank you, Dr. Alan. There are a few questions in the chat box.
I think, from the beginning, I think there have been few questions, so I'm not able to scroll it from the beginning to read, but I'll try my best to see. Yes, there are too many good mornings, YouTube, volumes good. What is pragmatic research? All right, I'll answer that. Then, yeah. Yeah, okay, somebody has added a point over there. Fine. Okay, is traditional narrative review style still accepted because we have systematic literature review, meta-analysis, etc.? Yes, still it is being accepted. It's even fine. I think there are good amount of comments. Thank you. Okay. What do you call a research where you prove or disprove pre-existing theories? All right. Under which roof does it fall? All right. It doesn't fall under any roof though, Mr. Padmanabhan. Just that, see, the idea of research, any research for that matter, is also to prove or disprove a particular research, a particular theory. So it could be done through any methodology. It will not fall under any particular roof. The idea of research by itself is to prove or to disprove. For an example, I will tell you people 100 years before or 80 years before, the common notion that people always had, all right, or let's say what many of the Europeans or people of the West had about Indians is that Indians will not develop. Indians are poor in development. All right. I don't think anybody wrote a theory on that, but this was the common understanding that they've had. Today, Indians are one of the highest population to migrate. We have disproved that. And now what they are telling us, yes, Indians are intelligent. You are good with numbers because you introduced 0. You are good with numbers. But then I don't think you people have a proper IQ, they are saying. People soon disprove that as well. Similar to that, and if you look at it, till date, there are people who still believe on the concept of caste and who believe that, still there is the holy caste, which is already making a holocaust. All right. And they also believe that there are people who needs to be excluded. They are being excluded because of so-and-so reason. They are still because see, it is there in our genes. There are certain people, when I speak to them, they always say, I think being intelligent is there in my gene already because I come from a family of so-and-so person. No. Possibilities are there, but to a minimal extent. So when we say that, I can make it as a research and I can prove it or disprove it also. So that way spoken myths and misconceptions or certain things that were relevant 100 years before are not relevant anymore, and it needs to change. And that is the ideal of research. Yeah. Correlational study. Yes, correlational study is going to be comparing between two different scenarios of the same problem. Like I said, for an example, I told a colleague of mine is writing a proposal. I told she's trying to study about the indigenous population in Australia and the indigenous population, the scheduled tribes in India. And she's trying to study in the aspect of gender construct of gender and gender identity. How the tribes over there in Australia are viewing, how the tribes in India are viewing. Correlational study. Yeah, that's just one example. What measures does one employ to counter the issue of emotional fatigue? What measures? Okay, that is for some psychologists to answer. As social worker, I can also answer it, but beyond the scope of this workshop. Focus group, somebody has asked, Anushri has asked about focus group. Focus group discussion is nothing but in an interview with one person, you're trying to understand the problem. Maybe the person is a victim of the problem. So with one person, you try to connect. But in a focus group discussion, it is going to be 6, 8 or 12 people who are going to sit. All of them have faced the problem, or all of them are related to the problem, sitting with them, trying to understand the problem. Let's say, for an example, 8 housemates are seated together. I am the man who's going to understand domestic violence. I'm sitting with them and I'm asking, do you people patronize your husband beating you? One lady is going to start and say, see, playfully, sometimes he might come and slap me. Playfully, sometimes he comes and gives a pat, but then it is very painful. But I understand my husband. Because he's my husband. Then the other person says, today, playfully, he's slapping and she's fine. Tomorrow, he will forcibly beat. She'll be the same only. No, why should we give up on that? This is how discussion starts. And as the discussion emerges and goes, you kind of bring in a serious mode to understand the problem in specific. This domestic violence. Husband beating the wife, wife beating the husband, women torturing the men by saying that I will give dowry case on you. These are all happening in India. We cannot say no. All right, don't stay with your mother. If you're going to stay with your mother, your entire family, I will book you under dowry case and I will imprison you people. Happening cases only, I'm not saying no. Women are also struggling, men are also struggling. So spoken in all those sense, domestic violence. What is the understanding? As I seriously take the discussion, little by little, you bring the focus and improve. Bring the focus into the problem. Little by little, from a broader sense, you'll get into the specifics of it. As you keep going, the group actually comes together. There's a spiritual connect on the problem. And then the answers that you're going to get will contradict or will support evidences of each other with which you as a researcher, you're going to sit to analyze. This is focus group. I hope I answered you, Anushri. Yeah, then the next. Sir, could you suggest a few good research books for second language research, both Indian and foreign? I'm sorry, Murthy, I'm not the authority on that. But I will definitely ask this particular thing to my colleagues from language departments and I can definitely suggest you. All right. I will definitely ask my colleagues and I will suggest you. Okay. Then there are things about feedback links. I hope you guys got your feedback. Yeah. Yeah. Can we do correlational study between two populations using survey, like teaching methods used by teachers and academic achievement of students? Yes, I think it is possible. Possibilities is there. Yes, it's possible. Yeah. Okay. Yes, will the organizer share this PPT of the lecture? As I told you people earlier, yes, I could share it with you. Just that if at all you're going to use it anywhere, use it in my name and in my designation. Yeah, use it in my name and my designation. Yeah, I will share it with the organizers. They will share it with the participants. Yes, Bolam has already given an answer for triangulation. Okay, is traditional or narrative review style still accepted? Yes, I think I answered it because, yeah, still in some places it is accepted only, so don't have to worry. So could you suggest a few? Okay, fine, this I've answered. Share PPT, thank you all. My gratitude. Sir, as there is a lot of scope of research on tribal areas, tribals, should we devise some new methods of research so that all the aspects may come out up to fullest? Is the need or the set methods are sufficient? I think the set methods are sufficient. Something that is happening is that, with a lot of external interventions happening, tribes are losing the essence of being tribes now. So that is the point of inquiry as of now among many tribal pockets. So I think what is available is more than enough. Whether we can use more than one data collection tool in the same research? Yes, that's what I'm saying. That is the premise on which I've been speaking so long. In the same research, you can use multiple research methods or mixed method research techniques. So you're using quantitative and qualitative styles of inquiry together. That is the entire premise on which we've spoken. So it is possible. How to get more validity and reliability in qualitative research? That is a challenge. Bolam Karnakar, yes, I think it is a challenge. One of the challenges of qualitative style of research is that validity and reliability is quite hard. But then in terms of validity, there are different varieties of types of validity as well. All right. In this different types of validity, one of the validity is called as the face validity. All right. The face validity is very much possible in qualitative style of inquiry. Face validity is nothing but you have devised a particular interview guide. Now, this interview guide is going to study about one particular problem, let's say domestic violence. Domestic violence, can it be studied by these basic 5 or 6 questions? Will it guide me to understand domestic violence? This you can ask for different experts who are working in the field of domestic violence, and they can guide you. This is going to be one aspect of face validity that we speak about. All right. Reliability is not going to be possible because the data that you collect is very much only associated towards the population. By virtue, qualitative research has this particular limitation. So validity to a certain extent, yes, reliability is always a challenge. It is a limitation in the study. It's not to blame the researcher or the respondents or the problem. It is a limitation in the methodology by itself. Then explain once again about multiple methods. Dr. Binu, do I have time still to answer?
So might be you can take some 5 minutes.
Yes, okay.
And the rest they can email you as well.
Yes, okay.
If you wish.
I think on multiple methods, Indu, I have already explained, but maybe I think you could email me, because again, it would take a little more of time for me, and I could see 57 new messages for me to read down. I still haven't answered pragmatic research. I will come for that. Definitely I'll answer that question. Is postdoctoral considered as a longitudinal study? Deepa Narayanan, it depends on how it is going to be. Right now, I'm also looking for postdoctoral opportunities. What I have understood is that, it's not going to be easy. Some of the organizations or some of these bodies already fund you based on an existing project. So if it is a project with a deadline, they have already said things, you just have to go and work over there. Sometimes you are asked to grab funds in different research funding organizations with your own proposal. In that point, if you are ready to intervene by doing a longitudinal study for about 3 years or 5 years, if you have the time and if the government is ready to fund, then you can do so. Unfortunately, ICSSR funding and other fundings that I've heard are all for 2 years, if I'm not wrong. 1 to 2 years only for postdoctoral researchers. And I think the stipend fellowship is 50,000 per month. So with that, I don't think you will be able to do longitudinal study. Yeah. Then is traditional or narrative review style still accepted? Yes. Yes, it is being accepted. Narrative style is being accepted. Yes. In certain disciplines, it's being accepted for sure. Yeah. How do we interpret an analysis using descriptives like mean, standard deviation? I should have touched upon this a little more, but I didn't find time. But I think to answer you, mean, median, mode, if you look at it as measures of central tendency, they help us in understanding a common goal. For an example, I am right now feeling curious. 2.5 hours I've been speaking, right from 10 o'clock onwards, or 10:05 onwards. I'm curious to understand what is the attention span, and I'm believing if I'm going to give a test for all of you and you answer me correctly, then definitely you people have been listening to me. Let's assume this way. And I'm keeping this test. I'm sending a Google form. All of you are filling it up. Towards the end, out of 10, I'm filling you people. Then there is a mean score that I'm getting. The highest score is 9 and the poorest score is 2. Let's assume this way. All right. Highest score is 9, poorest score is 2. So there is a range. Upper limit was 9, lower limit was 2. All right. In that, the mean score is found to be 6. What exactly does this number mean? The mean score, the average was found to be 6. 6 means above half. So they've scored more than 50%, which means to say majority of the population have listened at least 50% time or 60% time. I can assume this way. This is where mean can help us to understand. I hope I'm giving an answer. All right. I think, but this is also, there are different calculations there, something called as outliers and so many other stuffs are there. Quite statistical. If you are good with statistics, then go read about them. If you're not good with statistics, don't go read about it, because you'll get confused and you'll have an aversion for numbers. Dr. Binu, should
Dr. Alan, can we conclude?
Yes. I'll speak only about this pragmatic research because I think that is something very important. Only that alone. Rest of it, I think, as later, maybe you could send me the questions. I could respond to them on my mail as well. Something that I want you people to understand when we speak about pragmatic research is nothing but, where your problem is to do with the people or the community. And as you study about the people or the community, you try to understand each of the individual's problem as it is being put. All right. And you are trying to understand the community's perspective of the problem. Domestic violence. I am a social worker. I can always say, first, if at all the women are not changing their mindset, women will always be persecuted. Or if I'm going to say, if men are not going to be oriented, men will always be persecuted. So you better give them the orientation. Now, instead, sitting with the victims of domestic violence, all right, the victims of domestic violence, be it men or women, they are saying, sir, please understand, it's not our education. It has to be a value system. If at all my mother-in-law had educated my wife or my husband that, to touch somebody or to forcibly, get something from them is wrong. To put someone's ideas into someone forcibly is wrong. I don't think I would be a victim of domestic violence. So I would encourage that schools, every school should teach, every parent should, in their parent-teachers meeting, should be given an orientation. Every religious institution, while they are giving their sermons or while they are giving their philosophies and preachings, even movies should speak to people in such a way that, not hurting someone should become a philosophical ideal, a way of life for everyone. Now, a general researcher will put his opinions when we do research through pragmatism. All right, there's nothing as exactly as pragmatic research, but pragmatism, as you look at it, it tries to bring inside a practice through action where the individual, the respondent, is the primary focus for us. This is my understanding of pragmatic research. I hope I answered. Thank you, Dr. Binu.
Shajit, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Thank you, Dr. Godfrey, for your time. We have a sincere gratitude for accepting our invitation and giving us your valuable insights. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank everyone for showing up and participating in this session. We would like to remind the participants that the feedback forms will be circulated only at the end. The link will be valid only for a short time, so please fill it up as soon as possible. The next session will begin at 2 p.m. Now, I would like to invite Dr. G. Bhuvaneshwari to deliver the vote of thanks and conclude this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shajit. Okay. So, dear Dr. Alan Godfrey, I must say that, in fact, I have written so much, I'm not sure if the participants will be ready to listen to it, because I think due to maybe lunchtime, but what I would definitely say is it was an, wonderful experience for all of us, because what we usually teach in one whole semester as research course, I guess here we have covered all in these 2 hours. More than us, it must be exhausting for you really. Okay, you need some energy drink, I guess, right now. And the session was really lively with a lot of examples, and I'm sure the audience would agree with me. And we could see that in the chat box, actually. I was following them, and a lot of things you shared are thought-provoking, especially, I guess, with most of the examples relating to social, psychological, and humanistic perspective, which we all are, even those who are not related to literature or sociology or any background, could actually relate to it because it is related to our life. And in fact, most of the teachers, when you said, would have faced this question, why are you a teacher if you do not know everything? In fact, as an English teacher, the expectations are even worse, I must say. They would actually expect us to speak like a native speaker, okay, and to know all the vocabulary in this world. Not if in the class they may test, some of the students will test, ask a word and say if ma'am knows this or not. In fact, in the first year of teaching, you would feel embarrassed, but now we are used to it. Fine, I'll check out and tell you. That's the answer we give. And when you said this, we could actually relate it to us. And the very important reason I think that your lecture was very interesting is because we could relate all the examples you have explained, closely to us. And it was truly an interesting journey with our favorite movie on. Okay, it's like, watching a movie and having good time, and I must say that there was no single moment where I felt bored. Okay, it was like, no. In fact, when you took a break in between, I was like thinking, why is he taking a break? We should talk. Then I realized, no, it's not possible for somebody to speak for so many hours. And definitely, it was a very interesting lecture. And thanks a lot for your time. Okay, and we would definitely expect you to give us more lectures like this, especially to our students when we have research methodology workshop and so on. Thank you so much for being with us, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Alan. Thank you for your valuable time and presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bhuvaneshwari. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I'll post the feedback link now. Please make sure that you attend the afternoon session for the final feedback to get certificates.
And post the link in the YouTube.
Yes, sir. I'll do this. Posted, sir. Done. Okay, please check it now. It will work now. Yeah, I have just enabled it.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tim Allender. So, can you please unmute your audio?
Ma'am, just a minute. I'll make him host. Just a minute. Yeah, I made him co-host.
Okay, sir, he has to unmute, sir. Sir has to unmute.
Dr. Tim, please. Yes. You have to unmute yourself.
Sir, again, it's muted.
Just you use the unmute.
Okay, it's echoing a little bit.
It's
Yeah.
now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes.
perfect.
Okay, you just tell me when you want me to start and I will.
Are we starting now? Shall we start?
Yes, sir, we can start.
Over to
Yes.
Sajid.
Okay.
Just a minute. We'll have a small introduction procedure, then we can start.
Okay. Just bear with me for a second. I'm right now. I need to share my screen, don't I? So
Yes, you can share
all
the
right.
picture.
Just tell me if you can see this. Just going to is that clear to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
Perfect.
good. So should I start or do you want me to wait a little longer?
No, Dr. Tim, actually, there will be an introduction and then we can go ahead with your presentation.
All right, okay, I'll be guided by you, of course. Yeah.
Shajit? Yeah.
Shajit, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed and gained some insight from this morning's session. Now we have come to the last session for today. This will be delivered by Dr. Tim Allender from the University of Sydney. Now, I invite Dr. Binu Sahayam to introduce the next speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sajid. Dr. Tim Allender is Professor and Chair of History and Curriculum at the University of Sydney. He has published extensively on colonial India over the past 20 years. His most recent monograph, Learning Femininity in Colonial India, 1820 to 1932, Manchester University Press, won the Annie Bloomfield Book Prize awarded by the History of Education Society, United Kingdom. Dr. Tim has also published 3 co-edited books on history, dialectics, transnational femininity, and on visual educational history. He has been a visiting faculty at different states in India, Shimla, New Delhi, and other overseas, United Kingdom, and at Singapore. He is currently writing a monograph on Roman Catholic religiosity and empire. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Tim, for accepting our invitation and for your presence. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd speak for about 40 minutes and then perhaps 20 minutes for questions, I think, as we thought. I'd just like to thank very much the Vellore Institute of Technology for inviting me to speak at this very important seminar series conference on multidisciplinary research in the humanities. I deeply appreciate it. I feel very honoured. It's about 7:30 in the evening here in Sydney. We've just had a lot of rain and we're just getting to that stage where we're adapting back to face-to-face teaching at university after all of the virus horror. And I must say it's a bit triggering trying to get everyone settled and comfortable in their learning spaces at university. So that's what I've been doing this week mostly so far. I'd like to particularly thank Dr. Binu for really helping me understand perhaps the best way to give this talk, and for all of her very great care in shepherding me through the administrative processes. And I'd also like to notice Ms. Meenakshi Krishnaraj, who's really writing some fabulous work, researching and writing on some fabulous work on online female education in Chennai. But thank you again very much for the invitation. I thought since mine's the last talk for the day, I thought I'd probably put quite a few pictures in to break it up so there's not too much writing. And I also wanted to make it a bit of a journey for me, talking about me, which sounds a bit self-indulgent, but I don't really know another way of getting across what I'm wanting to talk about today, and that is how I came to embrace, I guess, multidisciplinarity, almost by stealth, I guess. It wasn't a big conversion or anything, it just sort of happened. I think probably being a historian, I'm a little bit lucky that way, because history is a discipline that's pretty strong and doesn't get too contorted by other disciplines as you bring them in, and it's a wonderful way. Of course, other disciplines have a wonderful way of enlivening the work of historians. But I thought perhaps, though, I wanted to talk quite frankly about my journey in scholarship and my relationship with multidisciplinarity, and as a means perhaps to make it a more intimate discussion as to the insecurities that we all suffer from when we do research. And I'm aware, thanks to Binu, that there are quite a few postgraduate scholars at this forum. So I'm addressing quite a bit of what I'm saying to you guys, especially. I think the first thing I want to talk about is the business that I found really troubling to begin with, and that was sort of how to locate sources and how to make sense of them, and how to build an innovative piece of scholarship finding the sources and using them well to good purpose. I think my research when I was a PhD student was in the 1990s. And in those days, in the pre-digital age, this usually meant quite a bit of travel. It was time-consuming and expensive. I was a secondary school teacher, so I could only really go to England during the holiday breaks for school, which in Australia is our summer months, of course, December and January, which is, of course, the winter months in England, where I was heading most of the time in those days. So it was pretty character building, chasing these sources up. It was expensive, and of course, when you're in archives, the only way you could actually garner information was to write it down in pencil and paper. Very time consuming. And I guess too, in my period, I guess because of the before the pre-digital age, I'm suspecting that many people that couldn't travel tended to want to write more theoretical pieces that weren't quite so dependent on the archives, which was sort of the milieu I was in when I was researching in the 1990s, as I was looking around very sheepishly, I guess, very tentatively around some really fine scholars that were in these archives that I managed to access. And the ones for me that I looked that I needed to go and find in those days, I think actually some of them were even then in Australia, but I didn't know exactly where to go. But because I'm a colonial historian of India, the India Office Library was the place to go, really. And it had kind of had three moves. The first place, of course, was in the actual India Office itself, and you can see it there on the left. In actual fact, it's the bit of the building on the left of that particular photograph, where, of course, most of the records were before 1947, when India was, of course, part of the British Empire. Pretty splendid buildings. I've never been inside Whitehall as it is there, but and this is from looking at it from St James's Park. but I hope to get and have a look just one day, because it is apparently, or it'd be fascinating to have a look at. By the time I got there in the 1990s, all of these records had been taken out of there and put in a very temporary location near Blackfriars Bridge, and it was a fairly hideous 1960s building, which was located to the right, the very right of that second photograph. But it had an enormous advantage, and that was I was able to, it was a tiny little coffee room downstairs. It was only Indian scholars or scholars interested in Indian history mostly there. And because it was only a tiny little cafeteria run by a fairly impatient waitress, probably understandably, because she had many people to make cups of tea for and package sandwiches and so forth. But the great advantage was that you'd sit at a circular table and a scholar that you really admired could possibly come and sit down as well. And if they were unlucky enough, you might muster up enough courage to actually ask a question. They were usually wonderfully generous people for us younger scholars that were still finding our way. As many of you will know, of course, your office library was relocated sort of at a fairly difficult time when the old British Library was still in place. It's a photograph of it on the left. But then you've got this magnificent building now on the right, the British Library in London. And that's where I've spent many hours. And I'm one of those people that loves archives. So if you gave me food, I could more or less live there. I just love researching. The hard part's writing it all up, of course, afterwards. So, you know, that was my sort of give you a bit of a visual sense coming from Sydney, Australia, across to London. And in the pre-digital age, there just wasn't the possibility of doing searches where many documents now, of course, are available online. Google Books, a whole lot of archives are, well, many archives are putting up primary documents for open access, which is wonderful. Photographs too, although there's still a lot of unique documents that are housed within the British Library in London, and of course many other places as well. But I'm just giving you a bit of a sense of where I was heading in a visual sense in the 1990s when I was doing my PhD. So colonial records that I was looking at, as I said, or many were already in London. This is before 1947 or after 1947. And then a lot of the correspondence that comes backwards and forwards from level E, which is the Viceroy level, D, provincial governors, C, chief and deputy commissioners, some B, government department correspondence is in the British Library, and many annual reports that were assembled and realities were constructed around what was found on the ground by the colonial hand, of course. And the hand itself was shaped by earlier training at Haileybury College and the protocols around research, around reporting, sorry. All of that sort of thing was back in England because much of it was put on the boat in 1947 and taken back to London quite deliberately by the British. Apparently the ship stopped off at East Africa as well to collect many records as well. And they ended up, and something like about 17 kilometres of manuscripts, a huge number of manuscripts are there. Many copies of them, of course, are in India, of course, in the National Archives, MULTI, as the historians amongst you will know. But there's a lot that found their way back to Britain. Why it is needing to heap them all on the boat, taking them back in 1947? Well, there's a big concern, of course, as to the need to defend a colonial legacy and protecting personal reputations. If you'd written a report recently about someone or something and it became available to those that inherited the the Indian state in 1947, that might be very uncomfortable indeed. And it wasn't just the Indian archives that this related to. In Ireland, of course, they're fighting another kind of war of independence. And there was a big suspicion in 1922 when their public record office actually was destroyed by fire, and many priceless ancient manuscripts were destroyed in the fire. And there was this suspicion that the British had actually deliberately done this, thinking that they would eventually no longer be ruling Ireland. And again, same concern about records being there that would disclose unwelcome truths to the inheriting nationalist leaders as such. In actual fact, in the Irish Public Record Office, the fire was has subsequently been found to probably have been started by anti-treaty Irish rebels who accidentally bombed the, or maybe on purpose, bombed the Public Record Office. So it may not have been the British after all destroyed these records, but many Irish to this day believe it was the British, and many priceless documents were lost as a result. So this was part of my journey, you know, and I was trying to sort of get an angle and trying to, a bit fearful of theory, finding new sorts of sources to use to kind of enliven my research. And of course, now things are much, I think, easier on one level, and that is, as I've already said, much is online. Lots of photography is online. Copying stuff in England, or particularly in England, is pretty expensive. The British Library, it's notorious for its expensive photocopying, a pound a page, largely because they've got to microfilm documents first and then take the photocopy off the microfilm. But of course, there is more recently for us historians a lot of wonderful material that's fabulous for you guys that are located in India in the provincial archives. And some of the ones I've used where the level B and the level A, which is really all the really interesting things. Excuse me for a minute. The really interesting grassroots, if you like, information that are in these level A's and level B records as such. West Bengal Provincial Archives in Kolkata would be one. It's pretty tricky to work with. I don't know if any of you have actually worked in there, but quite a lot of it at the moment is not available to scholars, but that's certainly some fabulous material in there. Other parts of India that many of you will know as Patiala Provincial Archives in Punjab. And another one that I've worked in is Anarkalali's tomb archive in Lahore, Pakistan. That was particularly tricky to get into because it's the time that martial law had been declared in Pakistan, and this particular archive, which the British very insensitively located in a tomb for one of Emperor Akbar's mistresses, whom he, it's a whole story, of course, about him wrongly ordering her execution for looking sideways at another man. The British put their records in this tomb when they inherit this site, and it's still to this day in the Secretariat buildings that the British governed part of the Punjab from in Lahore, when it was, of course, before partition as such. Very hard to get into. I spent a whole day outside the gates getting my passport translated into Persian Urdu, which was a delaying tactic probably, but I ended up getting some fabulous material there, which was level A stuff, which is sort of the reports coming back from Indian officials at the lowest level of British governance, really telling it as it was. So, of course, you guys have got all these wonderful archives to work with that that are available pretty much mostly, except perhaps the ones in Pakistan at the moment. So where is this all heading? You know, what am I talking about, these sources and the sort of the where they are and sort of how accessibility has changed over time? And I think I want to now start talking a little bit about the multidisciplinarity of my work. And I think on one level in the 1990s was a fairly scary time to be starting research, because it was the time of pretty much the high water mark of the Subaltern Studies group and their scholarship, looking at mentalities and consciousness from beneath, deconstructing European texts to detect hidden voices, the underprivileged, not so much class and gender, but many other aspects of the marginalised. Wonderfully fine theoretical work, of course. But I was trying to find a voice as to how could I actually talk about colonial education in new ways that was still positioning the European in this story. And it was quite an uncomfortable time, I must say. And I think if I'd had my time back again, and if I'm talking to my younger self, rather than worrying about theory quite so much, if I'd been a little bit more comfortable with other disciplines to actually reconfigure the European, I probably would have had an easier time, I think, really. Two scholars that some of you all have heard of, Chris Bailey and Sumit Sarkar, who are part of a group of scholars that started repositioning the European in India post the Subaltern Studies group, or sort of a little bit after. They overlapped a bit, I guess, really. And the way they positioned the European in India was to sort of disempower them, but still write about them, talk about them in Bailey's phrases like gossip, and his phrases, looking at them as gossip runners and intelligence and gatherers, rather than as power brokers necessarily. And, you know, his really important work, Empire and Information, you know, is a key work here, because, and this really helped me, and that is you're reading historical and sociological critiques, so sociology is coming into this to critique the related categories of colonial knowledge, Orientalism, power, as they were then in common academic usage. So this was a great way in for scholars like me, of lesser ability than these fine scholars. But they gave me space to write about the European in new ways. Other people as well that came along that also bring in a cross-disciplinary element to historical study, if not a multidisciplinary element to historical study. People like Bernard Conn, who was an anthropologist, and he explored how the British colonial state relied on cultural technologies and classificatory techniques to conquer, dominate, and rule local people. That was his slant as an anthropologist. And his student, Nicholas Dirks, whom some of you may well know, takes this one step further and argues around the notions of British creations of caste in particular, that caste categorisations were partly invented by the British as they wanted to classify and codify everything in their Western way of knowing, which of course is only one way of knowing. So if I could be a little bit more relaxed with cross-disciplinary approaches like this in my quest, looking at documents in these archives that I've mentioned, I think, as I said, I would have had an easier time writing up my my PhD. So cross-disciplinary and multidisciplinary elements come in fairly early in my research as a way of finding new spaces, new ways of writing about Europeans and Indians and Eurasians. So it's a wonderful fillip, a wonderful advantage to the historian to be bringing in anthropology and sociology to historical research. Some other things, just very briefly, that I want to just mention is there are other ways of writing about this. Imagined communities, Benedict Anderson, famous phrase about colonial rule. And also, I think, a lot of really good theorisation that came out of really good archival research first, which is something that I rather like, and I've got a bit of a bias towards that, I guess. I like to be able to read things that have been thoroughly researched in archives, within reason, of course, unless it's a theoretical work for some other purpose. But as a historian, I really want to hear, I love to hear about what the archive yields in terms of the discrete content anyway. How you pull and push that, depending on multidisciplinarity approaches or cross-disciplinary approaches, is very much part of that story too. I think this is one of the things that I found with the book that ended up out of my PhD, was that I was able to start thinking about these broader approaches to scholarship. Although I think, there's still a lot more work that I could have done with this book too. Although I was rushing to get it written so that I could get a tenured position at my university. You had to have a book to be able to get tenure, as it was used to be called anyway, a continuing position these days. Just some other approaches now that I want to talk about that relate to multidisciplinary approaches. The first one is looking at comparative historians and their approaches and their idea of knowledge transfer. And this is quite a powerful framing, actually, that came about very strongly in history of education circles in the 2000s. And it was generated by scholars from Humboldt University in Germany and Columbia University in the United States. It was Jürgen Schrerer at Humboldt University and Gita Steiner-Kamsky at Columbia University being the principal protagonists of knowledge transfer. Comparative education scholars at this time in the 2000s, I think it's fair to say, were getting a little bit concerned about over-theorising about things and it becoming a little bit shrill, and the need to actually have more of a historical base to the research, to their research. But what was fabulous about this approach was that there was new modelling to use, and this modelling in knowledge transfer, if you're going to adopt a comparative historical approach as a sort of almost a cross-disciplinary approach. The idea was that modelling revolved around externalising deficits in one domain and the creation of remedies from another. This was a means to better structure discussions about how ideas, praxis, stereotypes were transferred from one domain to another. So we're getting this story about crossing boundaries, and they mightn't necessarily be colonial boundaries. And Schrerer's work wasn't about colonial boundaries. It was China, Germany, and Russia, I think, from memory. So it didn't necessarily apply to colonial domains, but for me, that was a powerful framing to use. And maybe if I can just illustrate this idea of remedies and deficits just with a picture, since we're getting towards the end of the day. This is a picture of an accomplishments lesson in geography. And here we have, the European MEMSA presiding. If you can just make that out, it's a sort of a paper mache model of Great Britain. It's topography, and you've got girls there that are looking at this, and a map of England there, if you can see. The deficits really are about Indian culture, and the remedies are English culture. I can sort of put it in broad terms. And you'll see here you've got saris, but you've also got smocked sleeves, which is about needlework and the English way of doing things. And of course, you've got deportment. Look at the way the teacher is sitting on that table, on that chair, sorry. So the remedy is Western culture. Geography, the remedy is, this is accomplishment. So it's to reinforce these girls and a sense of European class, being of an upper middle class background, signalled by the way they were learning, which was poetry, geography, needlework, and deportment, and so forth. So you can see sort of the travelling of the identification of deficits, and then purported remedies, in inverted commas, of course, as such. Just one example, guys, but might just get the point across a bit more easily. There's some really good work on transnational perspectives, and I'm sure most of you have heard about transnational approaches these days, which seems to be the big driving force behind lots of scholarship at the moment. Two books there that perhaps I would like to take notice. The first one is a book about the travelling of humanitarianism and empire and transnationalism, and this is looking at the shifting relationship between humanitarianism and the consolidation and transformation of the Anglophone world across 3 centuries. It's transnational work tends to be broadly framed work, and it's broadly framed in terms of time travel. It tends to be work that usually covers broad time periods. The other one, which is a much shorter time period, as you can see there, and that's the cultures of decolonisation. And this looks at the character of decolonisation, and it studies the literary and material cultures to explain the complexities at the end of empire as a process. And there's a lot of work around at the moment in my field, and with it using a transnational lens about the end of empire. What did it do to personal identities? As the tide went out on empire, what was left? What stayed the same? What was removed? And what did this do with dispossessed individuals or racial groupings at the end of empire? I'd also like to notice some really good work that's being done in India, and I came across some young scholars at Calcutta University. It was back in 2017. It's a little while ago, but of course we haven't been able to travel much in the last 2 years. But great transnational work about India looking eastwards, not westwards, cutting across the colonial phase before and after, and looking at connections between India and Japan and Indonesia, which I really thought was very exciting work to hear about. And, it's interesting when you, I don't mix in very elite circles, so I hasten to add, but the few conversations I've had with the odd Consul General in Australia, the Indian Consul General, one of the first things they want to talk about is please don't look at India as being a recipient of philanthropy. That in actual fact is quite the case, of course, that they're a donor for philanthropy quite a lot of the time too, in relation to Africa and elsewhere. And there's a lot of scholarship that can be, I think, yet to be written about those processes. And also, I think, just reconfiguring the whole idea of metropole, you know, why not see a metropole as Mumbai rather than London when it's the colonial period as well? Obviously, after that, it's not London at all, but we need to position metropole and peripheries as well in different ways. Just a few other things that you will have known about, I guess, but I couldn't resist putting these in. And, you know, sociology and history is another really powerful way of understanding the post-colonial age. You know, the whole idea of colonial sociology needing to be understood as shaped by imperialism and as embodying a cultural response to the colonised world. And Connell's arguing that this is really not, this is sort of the standard way of looking at it. And of course, we need to think differently about that. We need to look at peripheries. We need to look at cross-periphery interactions and not just a putative metropole when we're looking at the construction of identities and cultural practices and so forth. And this is one really powerful, I think, intervention of sociology into history and vice versa as well. That's something that I'd like to notice. Some of my work, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to quickly bump through these slides of stuff that I've done that's sort of got a cross-disciplinary, if not a multidisciplinary approach. I think as a more confident writer, this book took me about, you know, in the space of, I had other projects, I guess, but it took me the best part of 8 years from start to finish to get this sort of in a reasonable shape to the one that I really wanted. And I was determined to be happy with it before I published this one. And, you know, looking at tracing the avenues of the etymology of empire, how words are imported by empire to construct others in empire, you know, the transferred cultural practices of in relation to gender, which of course is the cross-disciplinary approach here, racialized communities of learning, official constructions around the learning of Indian females, and some other themes in there like the early rejection of Western feminism by Indian activists as another imported Western construct, not seen as modernity, but as something else. Gender is a powerful paradigm to be using with history. I think I learned a lot about my standpoint there in terms of the feedback and the wonderful feedback that I got from the blind reviewer, as it were, of the full manuscript. Just some fabulous learnings for me, you know, in terms of how to write about women in disempowered and empowered contexts, what words not to use that surprised me a bit at times. Words like strident, not a word to use. Seminal, not a word to use because of its root noun. There was a lot of sensitivity that I needed to build, I think, to really write hopefully something that justified all those years of thinking about it. Just 3 edited books to finish up on that are other ways of looking at cross-disciplinary approaches to history. One of them is an edited book on history didactics, that's sort of how history is taught at schools and universities. And this edited book started out from a national ARC grant that we got to do research into this. We're actually looking at the different ways teaching works, looking at history compared to physics, compared to music, compared to biology. You know, what are the knowledge constituencies in each of these areas that are taught to school students and university students? where are the overlaps, where are the differences? The same with pedagogic language. The same with differences around typical student-teacher exchanges in each of these disciplines: physics, music, biology, and history. How these different teachers reflected on practice as to what they thought was valuable and what was not. What was, how do we compare this with these different teachers teaching in these different areas? And also modelling what we call virtuoso moments, and that is when a teacher does something rather special in one class that actually then directs the learning across subsequent lessons, that frames future learning beyond a particular lesson. That was part of the research design and structure. And for this particular project, we needed a lot of structure so that we had good frames of cross comparison between these 4 subjects. That was one. Another one that we looked at, an edited book, I had different collaborators for this one, and of course, and this was about shifting frames and what happens when frames shift in regards to things like the approaching of middle age with women in education, changing class mentalities and the kind of literature that is valued, sexuality and sporting success. In America was one of the chapters here, how shifting frames change things. Just one example here is the aesthetic of an accomplishments European teacher in the Edwardian era, and what happens to that woman when middle age approaches, and body shape changes, dress and fashion sense changes, and all of those semiotics around a class-based education regarding accomplishments. What happens to that person's sense of self-identity? That was one of the themes for that particular book. Another one that I'm particularly interested in at the moment, although I've just finished this, is looking at visual studies in history. And, the idea about educational settings and the visual around spaces of memory and presence and absence. And there's some fabulous chapters in here by other authors, I hasten to add. Visual representations of memories of the disappeared in Latin America during the dictator periods in places like Argentina. Many families, many members of families just disappeared, taken in the night by oppressive military regimes and murdered, thrown out of planes. Terrible things happen. A great way of recovering that type of history is memories of the disappeared, and that's through the visual and visual reconstructions. Another avenue that one of the other chapters looks at is Little Crow's Son, and this is sort of visual representations of criminalised native, in inverted commas, that should be Americans, taken from their tribes and rescued from their criminal status. This is the Sitting Bull's children who faced a fate of execution after his death, and how they were represented through the visual to make them look less dangerous, and how those visuals changed over time. It's a fascinating study and a great way of recovering a history that is not written about. So that's that one. And the very last one is History and Religious Studies, and this is the book I'm on at the moment. And this is basically looking at India again in that time frame, 1822 to 2010. I found this book really hard to write in terms of layers of empire, because there's lots of layers to try and write about at the same time. You've got just one example would be the remnant Pedreo, which is the earlier Portuguese legacy in India, and the Catholics that were Eurasian that the British encountered when they entered places like Kolkata, Madras, and Goa, of course. There's a lot of networks to uncover that are not necessarily coterminous with British Empire. An example of this is the Capuchin brothers at Agra, a Roman Catholic order, and they're educating children for maiden in the Middle East. Their link is Roman Catholicism. It's got really nothing, the link's got very little to do with Empire, British Empire. Looking at other levels of other stratums to write about, if you like, the idea of Roman Catholic patriarchy that enforced work of women religious, that is nuns, of course, whose vocation was teaching, but because of the Roman Catholic patriarchy, they found themselves in India working in lock hospitals instead for those sort of suffering, for Indians that are suffering from venereal diseases. And looking at the Jesuits, sometimes they're with Empire and they're sort of playing along with the game in regards to eugenics and what Australians would call a stolen generation. That's where children are extracted from the underprivileged areas of Kolkata and put in a convent or in places like Asansol. The Jesuits are sort of fellow journeymen, if you like, with Empire then, but then at other times they're outside Empire. They're actually educating tribal groupings to teach them how to contest through the law courts their land rights as such. So I'm just at the moment handling religious studies and history and India. It seems to be a multi-layered project in terms of writing about it, and I've nearly finished that one. So I'm going to stop there as I promised, so that there's enough time if anyone wants to ask me any questions or if you'd like me to clarify anything else. You're most welcome, but I hope that made some sense in relation to how my career has unfolded as a scholar and how really cross-disciplinary approaches, if not multidisciplinary approaches, have been a natural guide, I think, to helping me make my writing more complex and perhaps robust, and hopefully a little deeper than it otherwise would be if I was right back in the 1990s, still in those archives in England, just looking at British records. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tim. The floor is open for question answer session. Can you please post your questions on the chat box?
Perhaps whilst we're just waiting, if I can I just want to share a couple more slides, if I may, Dr. Benu. There are some good publishing opportunities for scholars that are thinking about converting their PhDs into monographs, or established scholars. There's some good opportunities at the moment. If I can just reverse to this. There's one of the editors of Education and Behavioural Sciences at Routledge is quite keen for scholars to contact her if there's any books on education, but also broader areas, behavioural sciences as such. And another book series that you'd be most welcome to put in a proposal, if I can just put it there, is the Ishii Global Histories of Education book series. And this one is a book series that is largely about the transnational perspective on education, but it can be quite broad. You know, there are actors, institutions, technologies, pedagogical ideas, and so forth. And there's a beauty. I have to own up, I'm the lead editor of this series at the moment, but there's just a golden opportunity for anyone who feels that they would like a book published out of America, New York, with Palgrave Macmillan. They're beaut books. These are a couple of examples, 5 examples of books that have been published fairly recently in this series. And I'd just like, if any of you want to write about a proposal that you'd be interested in, you'd be most welcome to write to me directly through my email. But you can also see there's actually a website that gives you a very full explanation as to what the book series is about. If you just put in Ishii book series, it'll probably come up anyway in Google. All right, enough from me. Just a couple of opportunities.
So there is a question. Can I read it?
Yes.
Sir, do you think in the publishing area, multidisciplinary research has more scope?
I think it's got endless scope. I'm talking about, as I only really can, it's sort of the research that I've done and perhaps scholars that I know about. But really, it really is, it's wonderfully rich in terms of possibles. There's just an amazing amount of work yet to be done in taking at least cross-disciplinary approaches. Multidisciplinary is a little bit more demanding because if you're going to claim that, probably you're going to need to sort of have at least 3 disciplinary areas that you're bringing in at once, which is a bit harder to handle. Maybe to start off with, you might look at just another disciplinary area like visual studies, religious studies, sociology, gender, all the ones that I've mentioned tonight. But really, the possibilities are endless. But thank you very much for your question. And I think, it's worth having a go at it because it will be very rewarding. It just helps you create something that's quite new, quite different, and something hopefully that you really want to write about.
So another question, did your journey make your research work more easy?
Thank you very much. Do you mean my academic journey or my actual physical journey to America, to these archives? I wonder if you could just clarify me for me, please. Look, I'll take a guess. I think you mean my academic journey. It most certainly did, and the reason why I didn't sort of embrace it first is because of my own insecurities as a scholar. It all seemed a little bit too hard because I was still trying to master the basic content, if you like, within, as I could see it out of the archives. This is beyond, of course, reading other books. And this would be one point I'd make, and perhaps this is why I started off my talk looking at archives first, and what ones I looked at in the 1980s first, before the digital age offered many more possibilities in terms of access. I think really I needed to master my discipline first. I needed to go through that that sort of baptism of fire of trying to see where I was situated in the archive, to see where the rich veins of research, if I can put it in those terms, of inquiry, where they actually lay. Even just mastering the nature of an archive, you know, simple things like, you know, Zs in the front of prefixes for indexes mean indexes. V's mean reports, all that sort of stuff. It took me quite a while to get my head around all of that. In other words, as a historian, to get myself in the mind of the archivist, in the colonial archivist, who put the information in the order and form that they did first. It took me a while to understand that. So I reckon I really needed to do that first. But definitely when I got into the cross-disciplinary approaches, it did make it much more fun and interesting and creative, that's for sure, than just dwelling on history alone.
Sir, another question. What is the scope of multidisciplinary research in near future?
This is compared to science and engineering. Why the scope? Am I reading the right one there?
No. There's another question. There's a previous question, sir. Yeah.
Could you repeat it again for me? I'll just look at it. I can see it. If I can I move this? I can. Yeah. Perhaps if you could you read out the question, the one you're looking at, Binu, for me, please?
So the scope of multidisciplinary research in near future.
The scope, what is the scope of it?
Multidisciplinary research.
Yeah, as I think I've already answered it, it's pretty limitless. You know, there's so many ways you can take this. It's handy if you're a research scholar, if you've got someone who is a bit of an expert in one of the other areas, but it's not essential. You can your own research. If you're a historian, especially, the discipline of history is so strong, it doesn't mind being pulled and pushed. As I mentioned, one way or another, you're still going to have a core of history there. But I think it's something that very naturally most of us can do, or probably all of us can do, if we just put our mind to it. But of course, you've got to be mindful, I suppose, of what is the research question you're hoping to explore. You don't just go into another disciplinary area if, regardless of the research question you've got. I think you need to think about that. But maybe when you do think about what other cross-disciplinary area you might go into, then when you think about that, you might actually be saying to yourself, well, actually, does that change my research question a bit? And if it does a little bit, that's really good news. You know, you're on a bit of a, there's something to be researched there. You've got some substance in your hands to work with.
Okay, another question, Dr. Tim. Normally, we are encouraged to narrow down our research question so that we can do a thorough job in that particular topic. In your career, how have you primarily framed your questions? Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the vast amount of information, pulling the research in different direction?
Oh, thank you for that question. What a great question. I absolutely feel overwhelmed. I mean, I still do. When I write a book, it's sort of, you get in the middle part of it and you think, oh, it all feels like a big mess. I've got all this time invested in it, and am I ever going to sort of pin it all down and end up with something that makes sense at the end? It can be, it can feel like that. I think you do, particularly if you're writing your PhD and you're starting out as a scholar, you really do need to keep in mind what your research questions are so that you don't go off, you know, on a tangent necessarily, unnecessarily into other disciplines as such. But maybe sometimes when you do that, there's a reason for you doing that, and it means you need to go back and look at the research question and see if you can't change it, if it needs a little bit of tweaking. It always feels a little bit courageous when you're working in another discipline, for example, visual studies, you know, because you can be caught between two stools if an examiner is going to assess your thesis, where you've got visual studies academics versus historians who may actually value different types of knowledge and the way of writing about it. And this is where I think you really need to work closely with your supervisors to not only get advice as to, well, what is this research project sufficiently narrow but sufficiently coherent so that it's going to be researchable. And also, I think, just to keep your powder dry in terms of pragmatics, choose your examiners carefully so that you don't end up with an examiner that is really a firebrand who only likes to write about visual studies in this certain way and never really has touched, if it was a history thesis, history as such. There's a little bit of calculation involved there when you're using cross-disciplinary approaches, absolutely. But later on, when the good news is, when you're out writing books and further on in your career, this will just come naturally. I think it did to me, and I'm a lesser intellect, I'm sure, but it seemed to make sense quite often, and in my approaches, and I'm very pleased that I took the risk as such.
Last question from the YouTube participant, a student. He asked Dr. Tim, which book does you like and why? Because he's very interested to know about. You have listed many books, right? He is a student participant. He wants to know which book you like most and why.
Which book of mine that I like best?
Yes, yours, yeah, book of yours, yeah.
Oh, that's like choosing which child is your favorite. It's a little bit like that. I appreciate the personal question. I guess the one I like the most is the one I'm working on at the moment, because that's where my head is, and in 2016 it would have been my Learning Them book, but in 2022 I think it's my looking at religious studies and history book that I'm writing at the moment. Your mind travels, it goes from one project to the next, and I think the only way I can answer that is my headspace is with the project I'm at the moment, and I guess that's the favourite one.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Vinima.
Sajid, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Sajid.
Thank you, Dr. Allender, for your time. We have a sincere gratitude for accepting our invitation and giving us your valuable insight. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank everyone for showing up and participating in the workshop. I would like to remind you that the feedback form will only be circulated at the end. The link will be valid only for a short time, so please fill it up as soon as possible. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Dinu Sahayan to deliver the vote of thanks and conclude the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you, Dr. Tim Allender, for your valuable time and presence, because it's almost 9 at Australia, if I'm right. And thank you, sir, from the bottom of our heart for accepting our invitation. And thank you, sir, for taking us to the journey from a colonial period and post-colonialism, and how research has actually emerged in this area. It was like an eye-opening session for all of us. Thank you, sir, once again on behalf of our team.
That's my pleasure, and it's been a great honour to be able to share this time with all of you. And may I wish you all the very best in your own research. And please, if any of you want to contact me, then please feel free. If you've got any subsequent questions or about the book series or whatever, you are most welcome. Take care, and I hope the rest of your time together is productive.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sajid?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Concluding remarks is by our Dean.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is with immense pleasure I'd like to propose my vote of thanks and the concluding remarks on this occasion. It has given us great satisfaction from our side as organizers, and hope you also would definitely feel very satisfied. And moreover, and with sincere gratitude, I would like to conclude this event of international seminar come workshop on transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research on humanities and social sciences. We have had excellent speakers for the past 2 days from different countries, from different timelines, and they all have shared their knowledge extensively, starting from Dr. Saubhagyavati Ratnasamy from UNIMAS, Dr. Raj Shekhar and Dr. Ganapati from VIT Chennai, Dr. Jennifer Edmund from Trinity College, Dublin, Dr. Alan Godfrey from St. Joseph's College, Bangalore, and now Dr. Tim Allender from University of Sydney. We have learned a great deal, and we are very much indebted to all our invited speakers who have given us great inputs and insights into various disciplines, collaborative projects, and research-oriented tips. There was so much detail condensed in so short a time. That was what was so very appreciable from our side. It was indeed an excellent, wonderful, and knowledgeable presentation from our speakers. Moreover, I need to mention that the participants were also equally very enthusiastic in raising questions and making all the sessions very interactive. I hope all of you would agree with me that it was very informative and enriching 2 days. I wish to thank the AT management, especially our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kanchana Bhaskaran, for her encouragement, and my organizing team, the dynamic team, Dr. G. Bhuvneshwari, Dr. Raj Shekhar, and Dr. Binu Sahayam, who have put in a lot of efforts, great efforts, to make this event a grand success. I also like to thank our research scholars for volunteering to help us always, every time we organize a school event. Once again, I want to state that we are almost grateful to all the speakers, and thank you for being with us. It has been a great pleasure meeting you all in this online platform. Thank you very much.
And feedback link.
Posting 1 second. Yes, it is posted. Please don't send any more messages. It will block this particular message. Yeah.
Post again. I have muted everybody. They cannot chat. Just you can post again feedback form. Dear participants, kindly make a note that the feedback form is posted, and others you will not be able to chat because since it is overlapping with the feedback form. So kindly fill in the form within 15 minutes because we will close it after that. Thank you. And the same form has been posted in YouTube link also. We will have this meeting live for maybe another 5 minutes so that they can access the feedback form. Then we will end it. Is that fine, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is fine. Yeah.
Okay. I was telling about yesterday's resources link. They are messaging me. Just I'm posting that link also. They can access that research resources link in the that watch list link also.